I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. Fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Playtonia Ground Zero tournament. Almost said my name's Saga there. My name's Kovo. I am
Okay.
here with the fantastic Saga. We are ready for another 6 games of PUBG tonight. Saga, how are you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good, Saga. It's a pretty warm day once again, so we're back out here in EU feeling a little tropical, but it doesn't matter because we've got the spiciest games of all time coming your way. And if day one is anything to go by, we're expecting a lot of ups and downs from a lot of different teams. So some of the teams that we certainly expected to have some good performances started off strong. Some of them got there in the end, and things were a little bit up and down for a lot of the teams in the lobby. So with 2 days of games still left to go, we're looking for a little more stability from a lot of the big names in the lobby now too.
100%. I think you've summed it up there. We had a few surprises in both directions. We had a few teams pulling through as expected. We had some teams as well with mainly performances on Miramar, and we only played 2 of those yesterday. We'll play 3 of those tonight, so it should be shaking up things nicely. We're going to walk you through the prize pool, the format, everything that you need to know before the games, just to get you up to speed. And the first thing that we talk about is the prize pool.
Of course we do. And as we sort of figured out on day number one, approximately 1/4 of the numbers on your screen will be the prize pool in euros or USD. So we're looking at 2,700 euros going to the first place team, which is half of the total prize pool, of course. So that's the aim. That's the end goal. Is you want to be getting the big number because the drop off to second place is fairly significant. You'll be picking up about 1,000 euros for the squad. Should you walk away with that, about 1,100, I think, is a little more accurate. But there is additional points as well, additional prizes available for the MVP of the entire competition and
Yeah.
for the player with the most kills on top of that as well. And we did actually get a little bit of a chance to track some of those stats in between some of the games, and hopefully we'll be sort of keeping up with that. I think there was a lot of actual competition really for the top kills and certainly for top damage as well, and not necessarily even on the same teams, not necessarily the same players, but top kills was pretty spread out. I think all of our top 5 were on 5 different teams by the end of yesterday.
Yeah, and we also had an interesting dynamic that you don't often see. Like you just said, not everyone on the same team just fragging out, but a lot of teams with one player that was taking a lot of the kills. So like a lot of single performances when it just comes to kill numbers. Obviously, that isn't the whole performance. That isn't the whole deal. But interesting stats. We'll have a look at them after game 2 and 4. That's what we've agreed on with the production crew to keep it a little bit less stale and to see maybe the bigger changes in the bigger picture. We will have you guys look at the map order and the point format for a second, just to remind you. Once again, today is the Miramar day. Tomorrow we'll be playing 3 Erangels, but today we're starting on 3 Miramars and we're closing the games out on 2 Erangels. Point format, you'll know by now, it's the classic super points format with the new tiebreaker that we talk so much about. But I think we can maybe try and spare everyone from that conversation until tomorrow, where things really get down to the line.
Yeah, I think, well, at the very least, starting with 3 Miramars today, I can think of 4 Balkan blokes in green who will be very happy to see that, judging by day one's performance, which I'm sure we will get a chance to get into in just a couple of seconds. But yeah, of course, we've had this conversation so many times about super settings. We love it. It's good to be back, but that slight adjustment may potentially have some impact. It did have some impact in the closed qualifiers, the second round, as well. So as we get a little bit closer to the end of the event, that's something we definitely do need to be keeping track of. But for now, it's just something just to keep in the back of your mind for the time being, as we allow everyone the opportunity just to stack up as many points as possible. With 10 games left to go, there's still plenty of time for things to shuffle around in the leaderboard. So for the teams that started off slowly, it's already proven that just a couple of good games can get you back into the top slots. That's something that when we went over to Miramar yesterday, Entropic absolutely dominated everyone after ending 13th place after 3 Erangel games, and just came back. Currently sat in second place at the end of it all. So the game is not over. The tournament is far from done. So for the teams that are down towards the bottom 8, sort of side of the standings, this is the time where you can turn it around. You can have a little bit of better fortune on Miramar. Potentially a couple of teams that did get a little bit stunted by poor zone favor. A couple of names that we can maybe point a finger out for that one. Question Mark really didn't get much of a chance to do anything other than drive for the first 4 games at the very least.
It's a good point you bring up with Question Mark as well, because we saw the comeback from Entropic, who in 2 games put themselves from, I think, 13 to 2 on the leaderboard, which is crazy. And then Question Mark, they did a similar thing where they win game 4 and they get 13 points, but then they fall short again and they end the day in 20 points. So that's certainly not what you expect from a team of that caliber. If you've done the maths, that is about 7 points in 4 games, which is really a dreadful night of PUBG. That's not something you're going to be happy about, not something you're going to be happy to get away with. And I wanted to make another point, but let's look at our teams first. We'll have another graphic showing you everyone that's playing tonight. Just as a quick reminder, 8 out of these teams are the invited teams, which would be the Bystanders, DA, Entropic, Navi, the Northern Lights, Question Mark, and Skade. And then we do have our qualifier teams as well, who fought a long battle to get here.
They really did. It was a whole lot of hoops to jump through, not the other way around, to make it to this point. But yeah, there was a couple of teams that fell short at the final hurdle that maybe we might have anticipated seeing here, but those that have showed up so far, really, so far it has been a struggle, as we expected it to be, up against the invited teams, some of the elite of the European region, to say the very least. And they've really been bringing that to the forefront. And a lot of the teams that have come through the open qualifiers and closed qualifiers have struggled somewhat on day number 1, but one that certainly has not had that in their hands is the Ghetto Gang. They've absolutely come in completely in their element after coming through all of the qualifiers. Currently sat in 3rd place, just behind Entropic on 40 points. And the Aces crew sneaking their way into the top 7 as well, with a little bit of a boost from those American representatives too.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that Ghetto Gang has been the qualified team that impressed us the most. But it's also you've got a few things to remember there. Bitfix Gaming, for example, I've talked to Ironic today. He says Physics is massively sick and has trouble playing. We have Formulation Gaming playing with a sub without their coach. We had Solo yesterday playing without Senya, their IGL. He said he was just subbed out for one day. He couldn't play. Lots of things like that make our qualified teams look a little bit weaker. And then on the other side of the scale, we can have a look at the scoreboard here in just a minute. We can look at teams like the Bystanders, and we can say, well, they haven't had a great performance here, and they're probably one of the teams that we expect to perform. But I've talked to Keanu, and he said, well, this for us is really just trying things out before G-Loot. We're playing G-Loot next weekend. We have a realistic chance of making PGC if we perform at G-Loot. We're trying just to try everything out, play a little bit more loose, play a little bit of an individual style. And I think we see that reflected on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think we can also see the fact that Keanu was there with us in Thailand for Nations. I can see a little bit of Thailand reflected in what Bystanders were doing on day 1. Just 4 in a car, full sending it, no holds barred, directly going face first into teams. And sometimes it paid off. Sometimes they picked off individuals and punished those wide splits that we were talking about. But sometimes they just caught in the middle of a crossfire. And it seemed that was a little bit more the case rather than the success of it, judging by their position currently in the standings on 22 points in 10th place. But the kill points are certainly nothing to shake a stick at either. It's just the rank points is really where they're starting to fall down a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about that, if you're looking at Polish Power, it's looking 21 kills, 7 placement points. That is a pretty standard Polish Power kind of point spread. But remember, they got 3rd in a game. They got 5 placement points in one of their games, and I've said that yesterday. They are probably as feast and famine as it gets, and obviously Twitch chat was arguing with me. A lot of Polish Power fans took offense to that. But it's pretty much how they roll. And for so far, it hasn't been popping off for them. But it's definitely been good enough to keep them in a position where they are in reach. And if they get one of their games where they roll people, where they pop off, where they get going, then suddenly they're looking at a 2nd place here or something similar. So not the most consistent performance. but they've kept themselves in reach for sure.
Yeah, consistency certainly matters a lot more with the tiebreaker shifting over towards placement points. So it's not really much of a surprise to see that all of the teams towards the top end of the standings are those who are picking up those late game positions, the placement points alongside with them 16 apiece for Ghetto Gang and Digital Athletics, who both have picked up a win, as have Northern Lights and Friends. But yet to see one on the board for Entropic, despite the fact that they had the big comeback, a huge performance on Miramar, 14 rank points overall. That's a couple of second places in the bag for them in our final couple of games of the day. And just unfortunately weren't quite able to close it out. Would have put them just slightly closer to Northern Lights, but still less than 10 points away from that first place position, where all in all, they should be able to close a gap that size with 10 games left to go, should they be able to continue their form that they closed out day one with.
Yeah, plenty of chances still. We talk a lot about the scoreboard. There's a lot of interesting stories unfolding as well, but we do have to remember this is a third of the tournament played, right? So even if it's looking grim, I said that yesterday, even for Formulation Gaming, they're not looking good on the scoreboard right now. There is no arguing that. But a big game, and suddenly they're in reach. Suddenly they're back at the top, and this is sort of the beauty of these weekly tournaments. We've had a chat earlier about 3-week tournaments with 30 games, or even such monstrosities as 60 games.
Don't go there.
And a lot of the excitement, a lot of the charm of PUBG goes away when you're playing 60 games and you end up with two teams battling it out at the top and the rest of the lobby has no chance anymore. We're not going to see anything like that unless Northern Lights or Entropic just completely roll over the lobby today.
Yeah, well, we'll see how things shape out. Of course, we are expecting to see almost exactly that, those two teams in particular, some of the giants of EU, and have been for quite some time as well, particularly over the last year or so. So definitely expecting them to come out looking dominant and proving exactly why they have that reputation. But there's certainly plenty of other teams who have proven that they can put up a little bit of a fight against them. But the thing that just constantly blows my mind about teams like that is the positions that they find themselves in, and the other teams play very well to put them in detrimental positions where things look a little dangerous, where things look treacherous, where they go down to a solo and everyone else is knocked. But it's the way that they're able to pick up the pieces and recover. If we think back to the Erangel game where Formulation Gaming were taking the fight to Entropic, you had Ace's crew coming in third partying. Well, suddenly it was Formulation Gaming that was picked to pieces, and Entropic, being a one-man with 3 players knocked, ended up walking out of there with 3 players still alive. So it's just the way that they're able to make the best of a terrible situation and continue on from that point on. Even the game on Miramar where Northern Lights all were picked off early on, and you saw Batulin's seat swapped on the way past by Ace's crew again. Jam very early on, a team whose rotation paths are very erratic and not at all what Northern Lights are used to. They still came out of that game with 8 kills, 0 placement points, but 8 points is essentially what the gap is between themselves and second place. So making sure that even when you are having a bad game, you're getting caught in terrible situations where you can make the most of it is what separates the top level teams from teams who might just get dragged into the chaos a little bit, try and overcommit to some fights and fall down a little before their time.
And speaking about Northern Lights, I mentioned how important this tournament is for some of the teams. I mentioned how important a tournament like G-Loot is for the bystanders, for example. I asked Batulins how much of this was as try-hard as possible and how much of this was practicing for G-Loot. And he said, G-Loot is only practice for PGC. This man is man is surely trying to win, but his focus is on something that's a lot further down the line. His focus is on being the best team in the world. And, well, they can show if they're the best team of this tournament today, but they're focused on a lot bigger things further down the line, which I massively respect. But he also said, I still want to win. It doesn't matter. Yes, I'm practicing for sure, but I still want to win. So, it's going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out for the Northern Knights. And when they are trying a few more things and they're trying to go all the way to where they want to be as a team.
A couple of things about Northern Lights that they will be testing things out, thinking this is the opportunity just to try new approaches, but there's some things that are tried and tested and pretty much guaranteed to happen in a game like this, with a flight path like this. And of course, close proximity to the rocks by Power Grid. Batulian's on the team. I think we can probably piece together what we expect to happen at least some point in phase number 1. This time around, though, a flight path which it seems like on Miramar that our flight paths have been a little more lenient towards the teams involved in the lobby. On Erangel, it was a whole lot of south. It was a whole lot of military island threatening, and we did eventually have the game headed down in that direction as well. This time around, things are a little more amicable across the board. Question mark, hoping that we do get that hard eastern shift, as that would only really be the second time they've been even close to picking up a position in zone number 1 without having to drive the entirety of a map. But between Bystanders and the Squirtle Gang in Chumacera, oh boy, we've got beef, and Hjort has started it off with a pistol kill onto Guillaume.
Oh, the Bystanders, they were starting the day yesterday expecting to get hot dropped on both maps. We didn't really get to see that, but now it's looking like they're going to get a bit of a taste of it. The Squirrel Gang, they want Chumacera. The Bystanders have chosen it as their temporary home. And it's looking like they're going to be at least struggling for a little bit. Rest of the map, fairly quiet. It's really just Chumacera that is going to heat up. And especially in a circle where Chumacera will be a center point of attention. Both of these teams are looking to finish the hot drop quick.
It's already got off to a pretty rapid start. It's not the first time on Miramar. We've seen some early battling, particularly Entropic. This time actually forced away. Lukaruk's not going to be going for that full send hot drop onto the warehouse compound, where we saw possibly the most unique kill of the event in the final game of the previous day. But this time around, of course, we were waiting for one player to get into the lobby who unfortunately wasn't able to make it in time. So with that early kill, the Squirtle Gang down to a 3-man, as well as the Ghetto Gang losing out on, I believe it's Schengen, who wasn't able to get in. That's actually a big loss for them. He is individually the highest rated in terms of Twire stats. He's up there with the kills on 12, only in second place to Spyro with 14 of Northern Lights. So that is a big loss for the Ghetto Gang, who are very close to contending for those top spots.
That is quite unfortunate indeed. And I feel like we're maybe not even giving them enough credit for how they're performing. It's been consistent. It's been good. It's been up there at the top. And just think about that. You're only getting beat out by Spyro. That's not a name that you're sad to be second to, I think. That is one of the biggest names in EU PUBG right now. And certainly a solid performance for the Ghetto Gang. Now, Squirtle Gang, though. A little bit more, a little bit more likable logo and name, not one that you're as afraid of. They are going to try to hold on versus the Bystanders. 3-man wrap coming up for them already. Flamey finds another, and just like that, they are down to a 2 versus 4. The Ironside Barrel as well.
I don't know, dude. I feel like if there was 5 of those Squirtles in the pointy sunglasses coming at you, you would be pretty afraid. But now it's just the 2 of them. Bystanders really have nothing to be afraid of. Just going to make their move into this industrial area on the southern side, high ground of Chumacera. Look, there's a lot of angles that they have to flush out. So it's good to see that they're not doing some day one Bystanders of just full sending it. They are taking their time, checking every angle, and now that they've spotted both players as well, Flemmy from this position will have full information on where exactly Frenchie is falling back to, and Noki as well, but Flemmy will just Noki him out from a long distance with the SKS and just leave just the solo standing. He has a general idea of where he went to. They saw them scatter and separate as they were taking the shots. So Noki really has a lot of work to do if he wants to try and keep the Squirtle Gang's chances alive for game number 1 today.
Absolutely on fire, Flamey right now. Actually, one might say he knocked out the Frenchie. No, that's what a play-by-play caster would say at this point. Noki 1v4, holding his ground with the red dot barrel, and he's been in that situation before. We've seen him in that situation before, Saga. He's often the anchor point. He's the last man in the fight for the Squirtle Gang. As we see Entropic cruising on by in the distance. Noki's looking the wrong way. Keanu cleans him up. The Bystanders, easy 4 kills, quick and clean is going to be what you love to see, as they are hoping to play the rest out of the tournament out of here, most likely, and that's going to be a bit of a statement towards the Squirtle Gang. Make sure that they will maybe reconsider. But on the other hand, Saga, sometimes you get into a situation where, oh my god, sometimes you get into a situation where Nalum just double taps you on the drive-by. And, well, that is sad times for the bystanders.
And Entropic were within distance to have heard that there was a Vector in play when the Squirtle Gang were finally eliminated. And so they know that this is a team that's not fully prepared to take a fight against Entropic. And particularly now with the early knock going in their favor and flushed out as well. Qbert up on the high ground, just getting the angles over the top to Overwatch. Yeah, bystanders suddenly finding themselves very much on the back foot, and even more so now with another knock onto Hjort and a flush too from Lucarux. Entropic, they've just rocked up at the perfect opportunity just to take advantage of the fact that bystanders were distracted in the early phases of the game and just not at all ready to take a fight.
That's gotta sting. Just coming off that high of cleaning up your hot drop that easily, that quickly, and then you just instantly get dumpstered by Nailp on the drive-by. You saw that from Herky's POV. There was not a whole lot of counterplay going on there. That was a mini leaning out of a car, just completely deleting his head off, and just like that, bystanders down to half strengths and down on the run to try and get out of there. Maybe get some loot going. Maybe set themselves up for the next circle, because realistically, they don't want to mess with a 4-man Entropic right now in an early circle where Entropic still has the space to do whatever they want. It's not a fight you want to take.
Ghetto Gang under a little bit of pressure as well as Polish Power pulling up on the 2-man of Sancho and April just to the northwest of Val del Mar, where the zone has centered up. I don't think we've even really mentioned it so far. We've been too busy watching the Chumacera hot drops, but it is a pretty close to central position in this zone. It has gone about as far to the southwest as you could reasonably expect, unless you were a psychopath hoping for a prison zone. Sancho and April, though, coming out from Val del Mar, taking the early position up on the high ground, have been forced to give it up. Again, coming in as a 3-man, Blazer still on the low ground, trying to overwatch the best that he can, but with a potential of a 4-man from Polish Power pulling up on top of them. Ghetto Gang are just going to give up the position and fall back to a slightly less optimal spot for the rest of the circles to play out.
It's an interesting circle. Exclamation mark map if you want to have a map stream up at all times. If you're a map stream enjoyer like I am, you're gonna love to get all the information at all times. And there it is. There we see our map as well. Beautiful. Get a look at it. We see Bitfix go in for the southern wrap, and always interesting rotation on these circles. You want to come in through Valle del Mar. You want to come in from the southern side. It's a pretty valid strat to try and take. We see Solo trying to group on up and going for the style points. As the Ghetto Gang, you mentioned it earlier, 3-man up for this game. Maybe they're most important player, but look at that. Toxic players. Oh boy, they're walking through. They're picking up one of bystanders, and look at the map as well. Xiong was right above Keanu there. And I'm not sure if Keanu has any idea the amount of pressure he's actually under. But yeah, it went from a perfect start to a game to forget for the bystanders.
Yeah, well, they picked up their 4 points in the game at the very least, which is around the average that they were picking up in day number 1 as well, ending 5 games on 22 points. So just slightly under their day 1 average, but the day 1 average was only enough for an 11th place finish. So hoping that they would have been able to pick up a couple of extra on top of the 4 that they got in the early stages of the game. But it's the toxic players, all 4 on the drive-by, straight through the center of Chumacera. Maybe just a little bit of impatience, I believe, from Flamey is probably the best way to put it. Maybe if he'd lurked behind the wall just a little bit later and allowed the 2 players on the buggy to go past, he would have had an easier time of hitting them off the back of the vehicle. Possibly could have stolen away an additional point from it, but not to be.
Oh, Jesus.
Keanu now just lurking and hiding, and wow, Bitfix sending it over the bridge as the zone has continued its path towards the southwest. Still not quite a prison ending, but Val del Mar is in the center of a zone, and that is certainly unfamiliar territory.
That is rough news for a lot of our teams right now. The toxic players are getting the hell out of Chumacera right now. Skade will do the same thing. Ace is already clashing. You can see Sparking on the roadside there. That's bad news for the toxic players. That should be instantly 1 or 2 players knocked out of their cars, but they're getting through with just a few bruises here, Saga. Well, collectively 100 HP on all 3 together, but still made it out, at least except for Leos. There's Purdy with the mini. 2 clean headshots as well. The man's, I think it's fair to say he's not known to be an exceptional shooter with the DMRs, but he cleans up there nice and easily and puts 2 kill points on the board for Ace's crew.
It's you that said it. You can have all the Twitter beef that you want. The man is pretty relentless. I'm waiting for Kowo's brutally honest coming up now that if you're saying things like that. Yeah, you're in trouble. Featured caster or not. Navi putting Sancho in a spot of bother of his own. 4 men breaching the building. This is just a classic place. A classic building for a solo to be caught in, and it rarely ever goes well for them. With a smoke and actually just like a little poltergeist just across the top of the staircase. Caught Navi off guard for just a quick second. Wasn't quite able to get the spray through, but just the bombardment of utility now. And this is just usually how it goes, and that's usually how it ends. Sancho caught out by the Molotov, wasn't able to find a safe spot. He will burn down to the Molotov as well. Melman dropped from range by Polish Power, but the revive should come through. Navi in a defensible position. The Ghetto Gang have gone from a 3-man, splitting between Valdelmar, and the hill above, to now sharing the city with at least 6 other teams.
It's a cluster. It's an absolute jumble, some might say, Saga. There's so many teams on this eastern side who just breached their way in, and Tropic was one of the first to do so, and now you could say they're reaping the rewards, but that's a knock coming in from the Ghetto Gang. Even though they're putting out damage, they're not cleaning up points just yet. Luka Rooks, he's got to get Rez back on his feet. It's going to be a hard rest to get because in Tropic, the rest of them are completely on the northern side of the road. And they've already been recrashed, not only by the Aces crew, but also by Solo. And I think it's a matter of time until we see Divan getting in on this as well. So whoever's in the city right now, you're not in for a happy time. You're not looking forward to what's about to happen. Already puts in a bit more damage there. On to question mark, even looking to get a second. Aces crew, they're not done with this just yet. They're looking very aggressive. They're looking very decisive. They don't want to stop this push anytime soon.
That one was with a grenade as well, which is more classic Purdy Curty. So to be anticipated, perhaps. Classic Stratos strat, I think, is what we could describe what's currently happening just south of where the minimap is. As Sparking gets caught in the open, nail up with a few rapid-fire taps from the mini will do all the work required. Oh my god, what is happening with this circle today, Koa?
Well, it's you know it's going to hard shift at some point when there's so much water in play. You don't know it's going to be Circle 3. You don't know it's going to be this hard to the west. Bitfix is mighty happy right now. DA and Scarlet, well, they're not mad about this because they've been struggling on this northern side for quite a while. They've been investing a lot of time in their little scraps on the north. So they're happy to get an easy entry onto that northwestern side. The Northern Lights still in the blue, Keanu still in the blue, all coming in on that same angle into the circle. And then we're looking at these city fights. We're looking at these teams just gatekeeping each other, and they all have to move through Entropic and the Ghetto Gang right now.
Oh,
so
there he is.
it's not gonna be a good time. And that is nail up, and that is the nail up that we know, and that is putting DMR shots into other players' heads. And I spoke about it a little second earlier. It was an awkward res to get for Entropic. Now Ace's crew is in the same position. They shifted to the north. Purdy gets himself knocked on the south, and they're in for tough times.
You can just see him creeping his way up on the minimap. Stratos has swum all the way across the river, and he's about to breach land, but for how long he will be able to remain alive, that's an entirely different question. Slightly longer than Skada, who were just cleaned up. Polish Power have somehow managed to grab themselves like the most ridiculous 2-2 split in all of this after getting there early, forcing the Ghetto Gang back, and now V's position as well. I think that's the same position where they were breaching earlier on, but they've got themselves a very solid position, anticipating the phase 4 shift to come through and remove all of these massive mountains out to the western side, the unplayable area. Stratos did manage to make landfall, takes down Hobbits, but that's all that he's going to be able to do. Dante will be there to trade, question mark. Just the additional player is all that they needed to outlast the boys in green.
Northern Lights now making the breach into DA. We saw Entropic already getting aggressive in the town. Northern Lights, though, is a little bit quicker on the aggression. 2 drive-bys into DA, and just like that, their game feels like it's over before it even has begun. Flushes come through instantly. Hueth and Schiller are going to have to reconsider their options here. And if they don't know this, but if they just go for a send into the center, they will only find Ivil there from Bitfix, the only player that's really in a center compound right now, or at least the only one that's alone in there. So definitely a possibility if you find the right crash. But it's a little bit of 2020 hindsight. It's a little bit easier to predict what's going to happen with Entropic and Ace's crew, and I'm putting my bets on Entropic tries to gatekeep here, and then they will take a fight on foot towards the Ghetto Gang, and it's going to be shots like this from Laylock that have to make it happen.
This man's headshot percentage is pretty insane this game. A very predictable end to our hard shifting saga. Oh, hey, that's me. We're going all the way east this time. Na'Vi, dead central. There's a very solid reason that they picked this compound to crash and commit to as a 4-man to hold on to, because as soon as that phase 3 zone came into effect, there was nowhere else for this zone really to go, possibly an inch north or 2, but that's really about the worst it could have possibly been. So they're now fully dead center. Polish Power probably going to have to consider regrouping their split, especially if they're aware that Northern Lights are creeping their way forward on the ridge line, because they're not a team that you want to be standing up against as just a 2-man, even if you have the support from a 2-2 split. But Batulins should be able to spot out that they're making the rotation and think, hey, okay, well, they're giving up a position on the hilltop. Maybe they might make the move over in that direction, but they're actually just full sending it past DA, looking to finish what they started just earlier.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of the top teams very often, instead of going for the risky rotation, you go for the predictable fight where you pretty much know what you're going in for. Northern Lights know that there's 2 of DA, they know they're in this compound, they know that this is a fight they should win almost every time, so they'd rather go and get these 2 points, possibly get a placement point out of it in the long run as well, than make a rotation where they have no idea what's happening. With Polish Power getting into the mix is going to make things a little bit tricky. Similar for Entropic here, they lose Nailop, at least for a temporary time. Good words, good casting, Kobo. But they still have Question Mark and Ace's crew to deal with. So whoever comes out on top of the fight will still have to struggle their way in for quite a while. And I think a similar thing is true for the Northern Knights here, as even if they deal with DA, still have Polish Power just staring down the barrels of their guns.
You know, we always say it's difficult to leave a city at any point, but Valdemar is probably one of the worst if you do have to leave once the zone starts to shift away. Already it's squeezing the 5 or so teams that remain into a very tight little corner around the bridge. Entropic got a bit of a ridge to work with, but Blazor just there being a bit of an awkward roadblock for them to deal with. But as soon as they even make it past there, try and make it out up towards the northern side to get out of Valdemar itself, there's just high ground on all angles. It's horrible. Jam won't even make it that far. Tried to creep his way along the coastal cliffs, but just the wide area control of Bitfix was enough for him to go down. Nailop, finally, his reign of just headshotting everyone in the vicinity has been put to an end, and that's a huge grenade as well from Blazor to finalize the deal. Cuba and Ivas were very, very close by, almost possibility that that could have done more damage than it did, but very solid hold for the 2-man of Ghetto Gang.
It's a good hold. It's a good building to be holding out from with how many windows it has. Some people call it glass building just because of the amount of windows that it has. So very unpredictable where you're peeking from. You've got a lot of different angles you can try and hold, and a tough time. You do have to mention as well, but it's been Bitfix for this entire time holding on, making sure that no one can cross that line, no one can go deeply into the zone. And their plan is working out beautifully so far. They just have to clean up the last few remainders in Question Mark and Ghetto Gang. The Northern Lights dealing more damage to DA, taking more damage from Polish Power. It's been the name of the game for a while, and that's Batulins not getting rezzed up anytime soon. That's the blue taking him down, and Northern Lights is down to 3.
Sparrow considered it, but just saw the amount of damage he was taking from the phase 5 zone. Even if he'd gone for the pick him up and bring him back into the zone, wouldn't have had time to grab the revive, but you certainly got time just to absolutely dunk on DA from up above. A headshot, a body shot onto Schiller is all that it took, And that's Spyro adding to his own tally as well as that of Northern Lights at the top of the standings. Lou has been dropped though, as Friends, they've made the push up from the eastern side of the hill. I talked about it before. Using the low ground to their advantage, they can creep up and get close unnoticed. Lou fallen victim to it, and Perfectix is just there, now suddenly aware there's a team right on top of him in the same sense as the Ghetto Gang. Picked apart from two angles. Entropic managing to just get out of the line of sight. Similar situation again and find a new angle towards it. Now down to just two. The positions of Bitfix have been spotted out and noted for Evas up on the roof. But just look at how many players there are on high ground angles. If they just took a glimpse down here, they would have perfect opportunities to put shots into him. It's so difficult.
He's a bit lucky that everyone's busy. He's a bit lucky. Oh my god, I thought that was Evas for a second. It's actually Kube who gets that knock. I thought Evas just completely deleted him out of existence. Dante is looking to try and put a stop to it. No chance. Entropic do what they do best. It's clean trades, clean team fights. And, well, they really just outmaneuver Ghetto Gang there and then get the better of Question Mark as well, which is not something that you can really expect out of that position. So points that they're happy to take away from that, points that they didn't get through macro gameplay or get gifted in any way. Just clean fights, clean trades, put themselves in the top 7 now, put 7 kills on the board as Spyro denies a kill point for the Northern Lights, and Perfectix is the last one to try and do any damage to the Friends.
Don't even get the chance. Bombilovo is watching from a distance. And as soon as he takes the opportunity to stop his movement to try and deal the damage, tag down from range. I've got to just give a shout out to Spyro for the point denial mechanics. Pulled the pin on a grenade, timed it so well that as soon as the blue zone knocked him out, the grenade just instantly exploded and left no one with a chance of even stealing away the point for his death. So credit where it's due. That was a tactical deny. Very well executed. Polish Power forced to come down from their position up on top of the hill. Level 3 gear for Evel. AUG in play, but it's the mini. It's in effect for now. Marsalek will feel a little bit of damage, but Bitfix, basically one of the 2 teams that has a position in the zone that is really worth anything for the time being. Friends, Solo, Polish Power, they've all got to try and creep their way forwards and find something to play, but there's just really not many options in this zone.
No, and Polish Power as well. They're right above Na'Vi. They need to take a fight to Na'Vi as soon as they can. You can see how awkward it was there. Just a suppressed mini pinning you down from range, just tickling you, doing damage every time you peek over the ridge line. But the time's ticking as well. They need to put some pressure towards Na'Vi or go somewhere completely else. I wouldn't be all too mad to see Polish Power just sweep towards the south here, fully send it, go for a southern position, play some rocks and some trees here, because making a push towards Na'Vi in their current situation shouldn't work out too well. Friends have just done that. They've pulled out below Na'Vi and are hoping to sort of get covered by them, to get peeked over the top by Na'Vi. So they shoot Bitfix shoots Na'Vi, and somehow that works out. But Polish Power is making the move that we want them to see. It's a rotation to the south. It's going for a possible spot to be playing out from. But come the next circle, they'll have to make pushes through the open. They'll have to take a lot of fights.
Wow. The game plan for Friends, you could see what it was in action, but in reality, it just did not work out. Bitfix turned their attention away, and that just allowed Na'Vi to hop up over the top. A quick spray down, and both the players have been removed. Bitfix, their attention turned over towards Entropic, who putting up a wall of smokes, trying to creep their way forward into the zone. That's the worst possible timing to pull out a second grenade. That tiny gap in the smoke was almost a time, but at least the grenade was put to good use. Got the good angle up close to the cliffs, and that extra little tickle of damage onto Qubit was enough for him to go down. The Molotov is well placed as well, but it's all just about cleaning up the final solo, because there's a lot of positions that he could peek you from, but Ironic is ready for it. Takes down both remaining Entropicas. That leaves us with Bitfix, 4 men strong. Every single team alive right now has 4 players standing, but it's Na'Vi who really have the high ground in a commanding position. You've really got to say, gives them probably the best chance of walking away with the win.
Speaking about things you got to say, Ironic's been clean this tournament, Saga. The man's been picking up fights left, right, and center. We saw him basically 1v3 the Northern Lights yesterday, or, I mean, Nixie would have called that 1v3. I think it was a 3v3, but he got all 3 kills. And actually just cleaning up Entropic there. Not a whole lot of support from his team. Good utility usage, good sprays to take out all these players. And putting in numbers for Bitfix Gaming, who do need to put out numbers right now. You see the circle as well. They got to move towards solo. They'll have Na'Vi looking over towards them. If the shots keep landing, if they can manage to stay coherent as a team, could be another good game for them.
Realistically, it was Solo who have something of a ridge on the eastern side of the road that if there was going to be a team that would cause problems for Na'Vi, it could be them. They could potentially have crept up a little higher up the hilltop and found some angles towards them. With this zone, there's just not really much of a need to look to do that while they can sit back and just farm damage on Polish Power and Bitfix for free as they are really struggling. Polish Power, it felt a little bit like almost on-the-fly scouting of the area just to see, okay, is there any ridges down there that we can potentially look to use to our advantage? They did find a survivable position for the time being, but it's almost immediately removed, just like Alia's head. What was that ironic? What is this? You're supposed to have caster cursed him. You said he was doing well, and he does that? What's going on?
It's the delay. He doesn't know yet. It's
okay,
he doesn't know that we've caster cursed him. He's oblivious to it. And good to see. Another fight that you're supposed to lose. Nails him down. Gets the headshots clean. We talked before this game. We had a little chat about how EU likes to play the M4 and in APAC and Asia are just clean with the barrel. Well, Ironic is proving us otherwise right now. Polish Power have made the moves, though. They're under a lot of pressure right now, but they are making the necessary moves to continue in this game. And you can see Na'Vi already. They want to clear this out. Uba, an example, they're sweeping. They're peeking over the top. And it's a bit of a just timing game for all of these teams, all of these ridges that you are worried to get third-partied from. But look at that peek with the nades over the top. Example lines one up. He's looking for a second. Marsalek has knocked himself.
Oh, wow.
And just like that, Polish Power are done. I'm not sure if that was intentional by Marsalek. He was the one that was just split off from the team. Maybe wanted to deny his kill point. Maybe just messed up a nade. But tough times for Polish Power. Not what they wanted out of this game.
At the very least, they managed to get into the top 4. So they've got at least the same amount of points as the bystanders did for their efforts. So not a complete waste of an opportunity. They did manage to at least walk away with something out of it, but the position was just never an easy one for them to make it work. Their only other option really was just to send it directly into Na'Vi and take the fight in the compound, but 4 versus 4, they were definitely already being third-partied into. They would have very likely have been damaged by the time they even arrived. It wasn't a good look either way, but sometimes the zone will just do that to you. Ironic, though, interestingly enough, has given Bitfix technically the closest position to where the Phase 9 circle will be, despite the fact that Physics and Otto are very much out in no man's land for now. They've got a bike to work with that they can try and make a send to a rock, but an instant headshot as soon as Otto peeks out only means that that's going to be an option for a little bit later on down the line. Definitely need to get some smokes up first and try their best to avoid the same fate that Na'Vi just peeking up over the top. It's happened to 2 different teams now.
Yeah, and especially now with Polish Power getting cleaned up, Na'Vi can just expand their angles there a little bit to the west. They can peek down without even having to worry about solo. You see example there, he's in the middle of the rocks. Uba on the very far western side. He can just peek down and not even have to worry about his own head. Just peek down into Otto and try and harass as much as he can, making this a whole lot harder. We speak a lot about these Miramar dynamics where everyone that peeks over too far gets punished. Well, no one's punishing Uba right now. No one's punishing example, and just like that. Otto's the first one to fall. Physics will be quick to follow. And if you're dishing out damage to solo at the same time, then really things are looking quite pretty for Na'Vi. But don't get me wrong, this can turn on a dime like instantly.
Said there was a possibility that Solo could use the ridge on the roadside to try and find some off angles. Priel has done almost exactly that, but the time for him to actually utilize the position has run out. The blue zone has already excluded most of the even level ground. He did toss a grenade up over the top. A quick peek, he could have potentially caught Allier off, but wasn't quite to be the case. So it will be a 4 versus 1. Now he's just going to do what he can from this position, but the blue zone already forcing him to make moves back further down to the lower ground. He's only got 1 smoke left. He's going to toss it out, but They really need to start getting some knocks now, otherwise they're going to have to make a push across the road blind, more or less. But Alia is the last man standing for Na'Vi up on the high ground. The rest of them are sweeping the low ground. Not sure whether Solo have identified that just yet.
Well, they do find Ironic, and they now have control over the entire roadside. They have the star even on their backs. They can sweep towards the bottom side of the circle, and it's looking like a full cleanup for Na'Vi. Uber finds another one. Example that has already found his, and that is exactly what we saw from Masalek earlier. That is a nade that was thrown while being knocked. Solo is about to get cleaned up. Na'Vi is about to take away a 14-kill chicken dinner. And we haven't talked about them a whole lot yesterday, but they're making sure that we talk about them today, Saga.
Yeah, the way that they played that end game was so clean. Leaving Alia up on the top just to cover over the ridge line itself. Force Solo to keep the head down while the rest of Na'Vi swing down the western side of the cliff, clean up what remained of Bitfix, and then took the ridge on the opposite side of the road and just denied any point of entry from Solo, even despite the smokes covering the angle from the high ground. Really just left them with no options whatsoever, and it's what we expect from Na'Vi, a very experienced team that's been around for a long time, just to know exactly what to do, even in an unfamiliar situation, unfamiliar territory, even potentially against unfamiliar teams, but just making sure they know the way to guarantee themselves to close out the game with a 14-kill win.
That is a big chunk of points achieved. We'll see how it plays up on the scoreboard when we come back from the break for game number 2 tonight.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
Another big contender throws the hat in the ring. Na'Vi, good rotation early game, good fights late game. Just like that, you've got yourself a 14-kill win on the board. And you've already done the math, Saga. You've already had a look at what that's going to do to the scoreboard. Why don't you enlighten us?
Well, they were already on 35 points. The 24 points that they picked up in that game has put them actually what looks like tied on points with Northern Lights on 59. Northern Lights just having the better of the tiebreaker, of course, being placement points. We talked about it in the pre-show. It's irrelevant. Love to see that as a caster. But 40 kills for Na'Vi, 36 for Northern Lights. So the 4 additional placement points they've picked up is giving them the hold of first place after Na'Vi having that huge performance in game number 1.
Let's look at the scoreboard off that match number 1 as it comes up from production here. And, well, obviously, huge performance for Na'Vi. That's the obvious. And then you would say, well, it was Bitfix Gaming, Solo, and Polish Power in the late game. But it's actually Entropic who pick up a lot of kills in their scraps in the city in Valid and Mar. And then it's Bitfix Gaming as well, who not only get third place, they get 4 kill points on the board for themselves. I think it was 3 on Ironic. I'm not sure. Maybe I was hyping a little bit too much, and it was actually just 2 of those. But good game for Bitfix Gaming. Good start to the day. Pretty much what they were looking for. And that's gonna bump them up a little bit, but it's certainly shaking up the top of the scoreboard, which we're gonna look at just after this map scoreboard.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overall scoreboard as well, because things have slightly shuffled once again. Although a lot of the shuffling has been down on the right-hand side of the scoreboards, the bottom 8 positions. Bitfix have moved up 4 slots there as well, whereas Skada fell down 4 slots into 13th place. Of course, Na'Vi, the big winners from game number 1, up there now tied on 59 points. Entropic just dropping the 1 spot because of it. Digital Athletics dropping 2 slots as well, not really getting able to have anything going despite what was a pretty much uncontested position on the Northwest until Northern Lights showed up and decided to contest it, and things quite rapidly fell apart for Digital Athletics from that point.
Certainly to be the case. And I'm looking at this scoreboard, Saga, and I feel like we've talked so much about question mark underperforming. We should maybe mention Skada as well. I feel like, yes, they didn't go to PGC, and maybe we'll cut them a little bit more slack because of that. Maybe we can cut them some slack because of their recent roster move. But 24 points after 6 games, 13th place in this lobby. That's not going to be something they are remotely content with. That's not going to be something that they're happy about at all. And especially when you look at 21 kill points on that. That's 3 placement points in 6 games. It's not a whole lot to take away for a team that used to be pretty much the highest top 4, top 8 rate in Europe for a short while.
Yeah, that's definitely the big one, is that the kill points, all in all, are not too shabby. They're comparable with the likes of Polish Power, DA in sort of 6th, 7th place and in the standings, and not too far away from the likes of Ghetto Gang and Friends in the top 4. But yeah, it's the placement points that are really slacking for Skada, just not able to survive long enough until the late stages of the game. Similar situation for Bystanders on 20 kills, but only 6 placement points, just a few points clear of Skada as well. So hopefully, while we say both of these teams are putting in maybe a little bit of practice just to work on their individual fights or their communications in fights, something like that, when it comes to those international qualification events. But certainly would love to see them put a little bit of thought towards the rotations and keeping themselves alive until the late stages of the game as well.
Yeah, and I'll continue what I said yesterday. Is the more games you get in, the more likely you'll see the teams that you expect at the top to actually be at the top. So I'm not saying it's out of the realms of possibilities that we'll see a Skada, a Bystanders question mark underperform here. But seeing all 3 of them in the bottom 5 right now is a little bit surprising to me, and I don't think we're going to continue to see that. But then I have a look at the rest of the scoreboard, and I'm like, but who's going to go down, right? We're always here building these underdog storylines and thinking about, well, in a top 8 qualifier, for example, who can break into the top 8? But you do need a team to fall out of the top 8, and a lot of the teams that are occupying the top spots, they don't look like they should fall out of those. There's no one that's really just been gifted or lucky or anything. It's teams that are scrapping for every point they can get, and it's maybe just the nature of a competitive lobby that you'll see some big names struggle and underperform.
That's always going to be the case, yeah. When you're at the level that we are here, where everyone's had to fight to get to this point, then yeah, certainly those teams that have made it here are capable of taking the fight to the teams at the top level as well. And so, yeah, of course, it has been a bit of a struggle for everyone involved, although previous game, not so much of a struggle for Na'Vi. It was a little bit of a struggle for the Ghetto Gang coming in as a 3-man for game number 1. You'll be glad to hear that Schengen is back in the lobby. We've got the full 64 lads in play for game number 2. We're just waiting for that plane to take off so we can get right in.
We have 3 more seconds until our Miramar kicks off, so we're jumping straight on over. Second Miramar of the night. We have 3 tonight. I almost already said last Miramar of the night. It's just habits die very hard when you're at my age. And it's map 7. It's Miramar. It's another chance for teams to throw things around or to pick up where they left off. And as we have another look at the scoreboard here, it's still absolutely tight. Na'Vi have just put themselves at the top, but the top hasn't moved all that much. The bottom has moved about just as much. So realistically, no big changes in the gaps between teams. And if you're looking at an Aces Crew or Polish Power that are on the bottom left here, it's still just one big game to throw them back to the top.
Certainly is. 20 points is, well, we just seen it proven by Natus Vincere that's a gap that can be closed very, very quickly indeed in a game like PUBG. Although, again, your opportunities to do that, to have that one big game, are dwindling pretty rapidly for every single game that goes by. 9 games remaining in the series. We're almost at the halfway point for now and getting pretty close to seeing some teams really solidifying themselves as the top contenders, although it is still pretty close at the top as well. Na'Vi, Northern Lights, and Entropic still keeping it within 6 points for the top 3 after the same amount of games, so it'll be interesting to see how that progresses, but certainly teams that we expect to be in the top 3 slots.
Certainly so, and another interesting circle shift for us as we see Schengen. Saga, did you really have to do him like that? I mean,
I did, didn't I?
You're the man who talks so much about the caster curse, and then you get all excited about him getting to play this game finally, and he's out of the lobby before most of the players have even landed. Nuga now in a similar situation. Entropic pinning them down. Entropic does not like teams looting that close to them. They know that the toxic players are looting around the Bendita area, and they also do tend to take that warehouse compound. But closer than that, they don't really want to let anyone invade their territory. And just right there and then, they send a pretty painful message towards the Squirtle gang, who have now found themselves in
the med kit.
They found themselves in a terrible position to start the game out from.
He had to keep his head down. It wasn't only the Squirtle gang that could have found an angle towards that, but if Alpaca was looking in that direction, it was only 2 damage required to put Lukarux into a treacherously flushable position. But like you say, Entropic will be very defensive of their territory. It's typically the case for a Northern Los Leones team. I mean, think back to sort of, once again, APAC, when Fury was still around. They had to work very hard, and it was a very difficult job to keep people from just encroaching on the territory. And Squirtle Gang not really getting much of a choice, I think, in this game. Just had to try and drop somewhere, maybe grab some vehicles and head over towards Chumacera, but not able to do so because of Entropic playing a little so aggressive at the start, but not to the point of running it down and putting themselves in danger. Nor will be bystanders this game either. No hot drop required, but hopefully now, with 4 players still standing by the time that Phase 1, they begin their rotation into Phase 1, they might be able to put a bit of a dent in that 6 placement points that they've only picked up so far throughout the event, and try and maybe get that up towards double digits.
Had a quick chat with Keanu between the games, and he said, well, Rookie just gets dumpstered, and then Yord crashes, and our game's in tatters. And I was just like, yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes, right? We didn't really get to see what happened to Yord. We only saw Entropic kill them as well, but apparently a game crash is to blame for that, and that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Which is why you need to play a few games of PUBG to really determine who's the better team. Now they get another chance at it, they'll get another shot at it, and similar things to be said for me for Formulation Gaming here, because they've gotten if you remember last game, they were struggling to get in at all. We saw Stratos swimming in the Bay area, and now they have been rewarded with a first circle that's been extremely kind to them. They've been picked the exact split that they want to play, so we'll see how much they'll be able to benefit from it. Right now, Saga, I'm a little bit scared for solo.
Tumbling their way down the hill in front of Entropic is, if there was going to be anyone that you really didn't want that to be the case in front of, but the level 3 gear comes to the rescue, and somehow
1 HP.
Both Bombilovo and Sosa get out of there. It's very, very dangerous. Like, hitting a rock too hard could have sent both of them for loot, but he's going to make it out. All 4 players standing, MK in hand. I just also have to give a quick shout out once again to Question Mark for having the worst Phase 1 circle look of any team ever, after dropping on El Azahar in game number 1 on the Valdomar circle, now up in La Cobreria as we go down towards the eastern side of Los Leones. Just really couldn't be any further away again.
It is a little bit unfortunate. It is sort of what you sign up for if you do Cobreria, to be fair, but let's focus up a second on Divan versus Navi. As Navi has really had a change of pace, Saga. They've been a slow, very methodical approach edge team, and this tournament, they're getting in there. I don't really remember a game where I don't really remember seeing Navi without seeing them 4-man fly in somewhere. They're doing the same thing here. They get the first entry, and if they get their reses back up, then that's going to be a positive thing. They're going to win the numbers game, but they do still have to get that second res, and Notskis is already on that roof, looking to try and get something going from there.
I feel like that's not even just limited to the Navi PUBG crew, but just any time that you see Navi on a broadcast in a tournament. They always tend to be the team that leaves everything very late, plays very slow and defensively calculated and measured, but it's good to see. Maybe it is another case of just using this just to practice a slightly different play style. Once again, Melman unfortunately going to be falling victim to the own play style in the same sense as Illidan, as one kill has been traded back and forth, but not friends to pick up the kill point, unfortunately for them. The third-party shots have come through. Now they've still got defensive work to do against a 3-man Navi.
And it's while everyone else in the lobby is making progress, getting information, putting themselves in a place that they want to be ready for Circle 2 in. Navi is just squaring off with Divan here. Uba with the mini. Tries to land a headshot. And I have a strong urge to say mutually assured destruction. It is again what we've got on our hands. A fight that obviously both want to win, but neither of them really wants to take, and it's what comes with the nature of crashing early and crashing teams hard. It's a similar thing for any team that takes this much aggression early game. They struggle sometimes to come out of these fights victorious, but even if they do, they usually ruin the game of 2 teams. As, oh boy, anybody's just got absolutely ruined by Alia. And that's going to be an opening up, because Mosport's already been tagged down low by Uba, so that cross to get the res is going to become all that much harder.
Made into the corner. You say it might be ruining the game for 2 teams. Well, how about a third? Polish Power will rock up, get involved as well. Mosport, at the very least, does manage to take down Prunio before he is grenaded out of existence. Navi now should be fully aware that there is a third team in the mix, and Friends are really not loving that, considering they are sandwiched in between with Navi and Polish Power. Priol isn't going to be loving that either.
It's multiple fights all across the board. It's multiple compounds that are just being completely scrapped out for. It's Ace's crew versus solo, and then you see the toxic players getting in, you see Northern Lights getting in. It's not pretty for anyone involved. It's about to, I was gonna say, it's about to not be pretty for Uber. Norcus doesn't want to take that fight, doesn't want to take those shots and give his position away. Sparkin finds one against solo. Probably going to be looking for a confirm any second there. You see it in the kill feed. That's a down and out. And oh boy, Navi is not ready for the angle of Norcus. If he can line up 2 here, it would be complete disaster for the CIS squad in a fight that it was looking like they had the upper hand in.
Just irritatingly covered is the head of Alia, and he's not spotted. Example, coming around the left-hand side of the building. Example has his eyes wide open and is prepared for it. He could get spotted, but it's actually the bystanders from range. Kino is going to force Norcus off from this position. Maybe just hearing those shots impacting might just draw the attention of an RV. See how they respond to that. Senya opting not to go for the shotgun. Sparking opts for it and comes up looking better in the battle. Solo will be our first team eliminated. Could very much have been one of many, but they were the first to fall.
Oh, it's unfortunate. I mean, as soon as you see that shotgun come out, you know it's going to be tough time for Senya. But not the start that Solo wanted to this game. Bit of a reprieve for the Aces crew. Now they'll have to deal with the Northern Lights. Norcus waits a little bit too long on Navi, but he still gets the punish in the end. At least gets one player down, gets Alia out of the game. Not sure how aware they are of friends. I think they should have an idea that there's still a player left of friends, that there's still someone to be hiding out in that compound. And it's looking like they're going to go for a clear. Norcus obviously not part of that right now. He's got to get the first aid off. But Cappy, Krunio, and Masterleg, they're grouping up. They're clearing the long building. They're looking for the solo. And everywhere on the map that people are driving, you see a few Bystanders players just standing around.
Oof. Stratos just catching Uber as they try to fall back. Get away from the whole Polish power, the whole friend situation. Make their way further into the zone, but he's been caught out in the middle. Toxic players taking shots at all angles, as is to be expected from their position. A couple of them heading over towards an attempt at stealing away the flush, but some going over to the man who knocked him, Leosh, landing a headshot on towards Stratos as well as Formulation Gaming, holding a 2-2 split. Potential that could have been punished, but not to be the case. They will manage to seal away, or secure rather, their kill point onto Uber, leave Example down as just a solo surrounded by bystanders on the eastern side of the zone.
Formulation Gaming has to be quite happy about how everything turned out. Their western side teams decimate each other, on their northeastern side teams decimate each other, keep each other busy. And they get to keep a very wide and greedy split here in the center of the circle, keeping their options open for phase 3. And not even getting contested for it is going to be good news for them. They're going to be happy about that. We have about another minute until the circle closes on in and tells us where we go. And I can already tell you, we've scarred it, hoping that it goes north. We have the bystanders hoping that it goes east. We're not going to go Los Leones, basically guaranteed. So everyone's going to have to move somewhere to the east or the north unless we get some insane hard shift, which I have obviously not jinxed right there and then.
Yeah, I mean, it is, of course, phase 3, so there is still the possibility it could go hard to the west. No unplayable rock maneuvers coming in just yet. So, we could be surprised, but although we wouldn't be surprised based on how the Miramar game went in game number 1, anything is still on the table. Northern Lights wouldn't be too upset if it did decide to shift over towards the west-hand side of the zone. They once again would have the chance to just dog down DA just for a laugh as they look to regroup, reposition a little bit closer towards the center of the zone, anticipating that they're not going to get the Labendita shift. They would be correct in their assumption. In fact, we're going directly onto the heads of Entropic with a 4-man, one-way split between the whole center of the zone. And we're back to what we talked about earlier on in the tournament about the stronger teams just playing for control of the center of the zone. And of course, as soon as that pops, Northern Lights force Evas out of his position on the furthest north of the split. Under the watchful eye of Nailop, he should be entirely safe to fall back, though.
The great thing about this is Eva started running before Northern Lights even started driving. So the Entropic know well what they're doing, and they know that they don't want to contest this. They know they don't want to have a solo in there. I wouldn't have even been surprised if they pull things together to a 2-2 split. But then the question is, what do you give up for that added security? I think Eva's probably going to be edging a little bit towards the compound we see Lukaruk's in. That's still a risky run to make. And Kube, he's playing the bottom side of the mountain there. So if a team pulls up on the Los Leones side and wants to start getting on top, Evas either has to take that fight or has to get the hell out of there. And we're probably going to see them be fairly flexible and just work based off what they're given. If there's no sounds on the western side of those drops, we're probably going to see Kube just react accordingly. As we now see the bystanders outside of the circle on the eastern side. They have a way in. They have Keanu in the circle already, but they're just trying to keep their edge clear for a little while longer.
Polish Power making a wrap around the very western edge of the blue zone, which is still on its way closing. Ghetto Gang will be their only real resistance, but not really in much of a defensible position for now, nor are they particularly playing close together as a unit. One preemptive grenade tossed out. Sancho falls back into the distance, maybe just a flashbang, just to sort of draw their attention. He has managed to get into a position where he can at least set up some form of crossfire with April. Now bystanders sending some shots in their direction as well.
I wouldn't be surprised at all to see the bystanders go in on this. They should notice that Polish Power are in a bit of strife here. They should notice there's a lot of pressure coming on in. And they should, with how they've played recently, I would not be surprised at all if they try to benefit based off that. They don't have to. They have positions in the circle. They can continue to survive in here. But they could always try and make a play on in. And we oh boy. Now see the forced engagement coming out of Polish Power. April tries to get some shots in. There was a headshot coming through there. And you mentioned earlier, we have Sancho at lower angle, but he still needs to win a lot of fights. Sancho helps out there from the bottom ground. Now the nade comes in. 3x Scar is going to do the trick. Polish Power, they're under a lot of pressure. And look at the minimap. There is the bystanders. There is the third party. Do the Ghetto Gang need it? It doesn't even look like it. Lines up one, lines up two. And just like that, it's only Norcus alive, but at least he does get one back.
Such low hit points, though. His position should be known. Sancho with the squad wipe does all the hard work, lurking from the back line behind. Blazer and April were just there as a distraction. They were the bait the whole time, but it'll be the bait that will be lost. Not going to be able to grab the revives. Actually steal on the kill point away. Coming from the Squirtle Gang from some distance. Bystanders unable to close the distance quickly enough to secure any points, and Herc is actually going to be put down from distance.
It's the Miramar. It's the Miramar special. It's just so many lines of sights always, and so tricky to make sure that your head's never exposed. The better lobby you play in, the more you get punished. That's pretty much the difference between lower tier lobbies and higher tier lobbies. If you've got a nail up looking at you, if you've got a Northern Lights player looking at you, you're not going to be happy. But look at that. We can hear that. We can hear Batulin's getting absolutely peppered. So can nail up. Instantly reacts, turns around, but he doesn't even have to do anything. It's just Batulin's getting knocked and flushed completely. Just counted down by DA there. Just going 1, 2, 3. And that is Batulin's back to the lobby.
It's a terrifying noise. It sounds like a whole battalion just taking shots all at once. Well, Batulin's punished for doing Batulin's things this time around. DA will not be at all lamenting the fact that it was Northern Lights who kind of ruined their game in the game number 1 that falls victim to it. They do still have to make a move into the zone of their own, though. Northern Lights now have another reason to try and pick off some revenge as DA forced to make their move in through somewhat of a valley. Here's the top. Oh, and it's in a buggy as well. That's horrible. That's a lot of tags already come through, but they just about break line of sight, but they're going directly into a split of Entropic on the high ground. You can't imagine that that's going to go all too well for them. Neves has been forced to dip down. A couple of shots have dealt enough damage. Metralius, though, won't be getting any option whatsoever. He's died to the blue zone. Smokes are up.
Smokes are up. First aid has come through. There's maybe a little bit more support coming on in, but it's still a dreadful position for DA regardless. It's painful to watch. Painful if you're a DA as well. Evas finds a good bit of damage with the mini. Looking for more at the top of the smoke. It's, I think, a headshot coming on in, but it's actually Formulation Gaming that pushes him back from absolutely miles away. And keeps DA alive for a little while longer. It's really a classic DA survival position where they're just hunkered down in a terrible position with smokes. And this time...
Curse them as you were saying it. A DA survival position as they get eliminated. That's so impressive.
You need to let me finish my point, you know? Sometimes they get to survive. Sometimes you'll see them winning out of a dip. I think we remember DA winning one game, and Twitch chat was like, DA winning out of a dip. Wow, that's something new, Kappa. Because it's kind of their playstyle, and it does work out for them a lot of the time. This position was never meant to work out because it was just the mixture of Northern Lights and Entropic basically just made it impossible. But it's looking like Naleb has paid the price, and it's looking like Entropic are actually under a lot of pressure as they are still dishing out damage towards Question Mark on that southern side, but they have fantastic shots by Kuba, by the way. They have Northern Lights pushing on up. They have a lot of pressure coming their way.
They've just sort of contributing to the survival of the Squirtle gang as they fell back from looking for third-party shots earlier on, now having to take the fight against Question Mark, who continue to wrap all the way down to the southern side of the zone after coming all the way from the far north. Now Hobbits is just alone in a field by himself with very little for cover, and Cubit looking to potentially get aggressive over the top. Just needs one more hit. Oh, 77 damage on the headshot, so he needs slightly more than a headshot, but not much more whatsoever. Bitfix just looking absolutely smooth in their mansions in the center of the circle. Absolutely loving life. Not really providing them with the most in terms of positions where they can get third-party shots over. Formulation Gaming are coming off really under the most watchful eye of Bitfix. The personal. Oh, he's tried to get back up on top of the rock. Just was not prepared for Lou to be lurking up in this high ground position. Now Lucarux just has to fall back. Try and regroup up with Cubit.
Second time's the charm for the Northern Knights. Toolins pays the blood price for his play earlier. Lou does not. 4 kills now for Northern Lights. No DA there to punish them anymore. And like you said, Lucarux, he has to get away. But for now, he's got Ukuba covering. And, well, you say Luca has to get away. But where does he go?
Sticking around.
They just have that one shack east of Lucarux. They have the rich line here in Kuba, but that's not really consistent, considerable cover. Especially with Hobbit just lurking down below, and I'm sure he's heard him as well. And look at that MK. Oh, that is so much damage. Ironic and Physics down. That's a lot of regis to try and get off for Bitfix Gaming. And ooh, Northern Lights is kicking it into Gear Saga, and that's a scary prospect if you're in the same lobby.
85 damage headshot is pretty disgusting. Now Lucarux has smoked up the Mirado, and he's going to look to try and just creep it just an inch forward. He's still sticking around, being a problem for Northern Lights underneath them. Not making it easy whatsoever as soon as they try to make their exit from this position. Bitfix, once again, barely have to do anything, but everyone else has to try and make a move to get into the zone. Example, still lurking, still surviving for the time being, but Toxic players and Formulation Gaming getting dangerously close to flushing him out from that position. And the bystanders are buying him a little bit of time from the push.
It's so many third parties coming on through. It's so many teams just in terrible positions where they have to struggle for every meter they can get, for every little bit of cover they can have. Now we see Kuba finally falling to Hobbits. That was just a matter of time until Hobbit steps on up with how close he was and how unknown he was to Kuba. Dropping down to 1. Northern Lights still farming. Navi finally fall on the northeastern side. And you mentioned the bystanders. We've had them on that eastern edge for quite a while. We've had Bitfix in the center compound for quite a while. Bitfix have lost one. The bystanders still 4-man strong. And they're looking to close out the Squirtle gang on the south as well. So whenever this fighting on the north slows down, we should have a pretty strong bystanders on that southeastern side. Looking to pick up any kill point they can get.
See how many prevent an opportunity. Formulation Gaming, what survived after being under the watchful eye of Northern Lights for quite some time. They've hopped up in a vehicle, closed the distance onto Bitfix, but didn't commit to the full send into the compound, and that's just left them in the line of fire of the toxic players. Jekka will be the first to get the drop, and Lukaruk's quickly finished off as soon as he's forced to make the move away from the cover of the ridgeline. Northern Lights just being able to use a little bit more of that natural gradient of the hillside just to keep themselves out of harm's way for the time being, but still with Bitfix lurking so close and the positions available inside the warehouse as well. We've still got angles to worry about. Bystanders have to get up close and personal onto toxic players, but it's them who have the buildings for the cover, but they also have Formulation Gaming on the back line, Atomical with some mini taps, but not anymore. Evil, one grenade had just wiped out all of Formulation Gaming from their position they pulled up in.
That's a triple for Evil.
That's huge.
That's good. That's things you love to see if you're Bitfix Gaming. I was a little bit scared for them losing a player in the center compound. Northern Lights encroaching from all angles. But that's a good bunch of kills. That's going to feel nice, and that's a good bit of pressure relieved on their northern side. It's also less work for the Northern Lights, though, who have now crept on up to the compound. And you said, well, the bystanders, they have to get up close and personal. They don't just yet. They just felt like they wanted to, I think. They were looking if they could maybe grab a few kills here, make a few plays. Now they realize, well, this is not meant to be. This is not really a position we want to see ourselves in. And they fall back away from it with the circle coming their way as well. They can wrap into the south here, and they can take the fight to the Squirtle Gang. And if they get the right timing, everyone's busy on the north. Then we'll probably just see them fight off whoever just manages to survive the north out of the three teams that we have here right now.
Classic case. Northern Lights just creeping their way in have just found themselves not only an airdrop crate, but basically a whole city's worth of loot on the three bodies that have been shrapnel to pieces by Evil's grenade. Oh, baby, a triple. But it's Northern Lights who get the refresh on all of their utility, and that will be pretty useful on pushing, ironically, Evil out of the position. Bitfix now have to fall back and regroup into just the lower ground compound, or the warehouse of the compound. Look to defend from there.
It's going to be a bit of a breather. Northern Lights will be very slow, very calm, and very... Yeah, you don't want to say scared, but they will definitely do their due diligence. They will clear all the rooms. They will play it slow, or they will stay entirely out of it. It's looking like they're going in, so they will clear this entire building. It's going to take them a while. It's going to be a bit of time until they arrive on the southern side of it, and until they face off with Bitfix Gaming. Toxic players, on the other hand, they got to leave the few containers that they're playing right now. They got to leave the few tiny bits and bobs of cover that they have. As they walk into the bystanders. We also already found two. Keanu is the one traded out, but that's a 2v1 exchange. And it's just Gigafiero left, walking up to Flamey, who's holding him down with a barrel for now. He's looking to try and make some sort of miracle happen, and that molly might help him out a good deal. I'm not sure if Flamey's on fire from that, but now it's Bitfix getting inside. And what is that? Ival just gets sat down completely.
Oh boy. That was disgusting.
There's no right to win that. That is not a fight you win. Jesus, Jacob Fierro. Drop shots him, turns it around. Ival doing good damage there, but that's the awkward situation where you're close range with the DMR and, well, you can hit your shots, but if the enemy hits the shots a lot quicker with the AR, then suddenly you're not laughing anymore. Now the bystanders, they're looking to consolidate what they have. They're looking to try and get as many players out of that situation. With the circle closing in already, their time is definitely ticking. It's looking like the Northern Lights want to go for the outside wrap, but they should very quickly realize that that is a tough proposition with where the bystanders and the Squirtle Gang are situated.
Things aren't going to get any easier now for Bitfix and Evil. Getting absolutely montaged, and now you've got to hold a push against Northern Lights. Don't really have much of an option other than going directly towards the compound, and the utility that they were able to pick up from Formulation Gaming's bodies. Angles should be there for them to work with, but around the outside, Physics, they tried to just get out of the warehouse to catch them off guard, to make them waste the utility, but the bluff was called. Northern Lights took the peek around the outside, and now The brawl within the warehouse itself will come into effect around the side. Oh, almost. Evil with 2 quick drops, playing an off angle, got on top of one of the crates. They weren't quite ready for it, but Northern Lights may not be ready for this. Oh, they are ready for this. A Molotov out the door onto Flamey. But bystanders making the push, looking to capitalize, and they will do exactly that. Northern Lights eliminated. A 4 versus 2 in favor of bystanders. We said they've only got 6 placement points so far throughout the tournament. They're definitely getting more than that now.
Matt said, well, if they take the fight to the south, they might just be able to take a 4vx versus whoever comes out on top of the north. They've just decided to do it the other way around. Clean up the entire north. 4 versus 2 versus the Squirtle Gang right now. We'll see them take space. We'll see them try and clear out things. Nuga in a lurk position, but hopefully for the bystanders, shouldn't be good for more than one. It's sort of one and done position, but if the timing's right and the support comes in as Nuga finds his first knock, if Noki can peek over and help out, there's still a way for the bystanders to trip over this. There's still a way to fall into the trap. That being said, if they stay together, if they stay... Oh, it's so close. They almost line up. He might find 2 here. Nuga lines up, but he doesn't... The spray transfer is not clean. He finds a lot of damage, but he doesn't find a knock. And just like that, the game is in the hands of bystanders. And 6 kills and a win, that's a complete turnaround for how they've been used to getting their points, Saga.
Well, that's what happens when, you know, not only do they not have to hot drop, but they get the opportunity to take the rotations a little slower this time around while still having all 4 members still standing. Thanks, Entropic, for doing that to them in game number 1. But this time around, coming in, playing the eastern side of the zone very well, with just some third-partying shots in towards Polish Power earlier on, and then coming in, just looking to clean up the fights that everyone else was forced to take. And while they didn't actually find much success in terms of stealing away kill points from the likes of, was it Question Mark coming in, taking the fight against the Squirtle Gang, and wasn't quite able to pick up too much there in terms of points that they could steal away, they still managed to get hold of the positions, played that out very well until the late stages, and just a really smart push onto the third party of Northern Lights taking the fight against Bitfix in the compound. Could have been a much more difficult one had Evil not sort of redeemed himself a little bit for the spray after he got immediately sat down, with picking up 2 knocks on towards them, made it very easy for them to clean up the final player standing and just close out the game from there.
Fantastic game for the bystanders. We'll be going to a short break. I feel like they're coming to arrest you, Saga. We'll have to figure out what those sirens are all about, and then we will be right back for game number 3, the last Miramar of the night, in just a few minutes.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
We're back a third time for a third map, for a third Miramar. After we just saw the bystanders take a pretty dominant win, Saga. I spoke about how I think it's not a problem that they're not doing so hot, but today things are working out a lot better for them by the looks of things. Really pushing it into gear. And I think, yeah, you'll see that very much reflected on this match's scores once they come up here in a second.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We've always said that all it takes is one or two good games for those who are in the less fortunate camp to have a big point score and make a huge jump up the standings. And with 16 points, that's pretty much exactly what the bystanders were looking for, exactly what they needed. 9 kills and 5 rank points as well for the Northern Lights is just going to extend their clutch on first place, particularly with Na'Vi. They managed to survive just about into the placement points, but just getting caught in the middle of Polish power early on when they were looking to take that fight against Friends, which didn't really work out in their favor either. And so they went down with just 3 points. Entropic as well, only getting the 4 points, so not too much movement at the very top end of the standings, but plenty of things shuffling around towards the mid and lower pack of the standings.
Yeah, and while we are a little bit heavy on the speaking about big names that don't perform, I think Entropic not performing in this circle, in their home circle, pretty much, with the dominant sort of split they had up to circle 2, and then they also, with circle 3 popping, they know where it's going to go, right? They know the water shift will push it towards the east. Them only getting 4 points out of this is definitely uncharacteristic. Not something that you would expect. And so far, Northern Lights really the one of the top teams that is performing the most consistently, as the bystanders at Bitfix are pushing themselves up from the lower half of the scoreboard. Let's have a look, though, at that scoreboard that we talk so much about, and see how things shape up on there.
Yeah, the overall scores, like we say, not too much moving around at the top end of things. Northern Lights, Navi, and Entropic still going to be our top 3. Bystanders jumping into 5th place, which is, if you remember from day one, that is where the cutoff from the prize pool will end. So only 2 points clear of Friends and DA, just 2 points behind on 40 points. I'm going to give a shout out to the Squirtle gang as well for practically doubling the amount of points that they've got throughout the whole competition in the previous game, picking up 12 points. And that's going to put them on par with Skada, just up in 13th and 14th place.
On par with Skada, who once again can't really get a whole lot going on Miramar so far. Unfortunate for them. Maybe they can pick it up. We can have a quick look at the stats. I promised that we would look at stats after game 2 and 4. And, well, we'll have a look at kills first. We'll have a look at the knocks. And it's changed quite a bit because Navi is pushing themselves in there, and especially Uba is pushing themselves in there, which I think a lot of people are going to be happy to see Uba performing on his new roster.
Yeah, still very tight as well. Spyro, no surprise to see that man at the top after wiping out at least one half of Digital Athletics very early on in game number 1 as well. Remember, we do have the prize available for the overall kills leader as well. So with a 4-point gap above Lucarux and the rest of his team still providing as well, is looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, still gotta give a bit of credit to the fact that Anybody's has 50 knocks with Friends not really performing all too hot. I mean, yeah, they're in 7th place. They are extremely close to a lot of other teams on the scoreboard, but they've not felt like a dominant team by any stretch. They've not felt like a team that's really popping off in the kill feed. So 50 knocks for him, 50 knocks for Crunio as well, is a big number to be putting up here. We'll be looking over at the damage and the survival time, though, to see how things shape up over there.
I think we can probably expect to see a couple of similar names at the top of these standings, particularly looking at damage and survival time as well. There's Spyro just topping everything off this time around, except for Nox, because he's a little thief and likes to steal your kills. But Perfectix showing up on both of the standings as well. Over 3,000 damage. We've only played 7 games, so this man is certainly hitting shots as well as picking up those kills, even if it's not resulting in the knocks, but still getting the points on the table for Northern Lights. No real surprise to see Northern Lights in an Entropic. Perhaps maybe a little bit of a surprise to see them at the top of the survival scores as well, considering how things started off for them on Erangel on day 1, and things haven't really been all too amazing for them either at the start of day number 2. On Miramar, they've had a couple of games where things just really haven't gone their way, but still stacking up the damage, stacking up the survival time to go as well.
It's I think it's quite interesting because I feel like when we talk about Northern Lights, we talk a whole lot about Batulins because he's sort of the public figure. He's the IGL, right? And their IGLing is what really sort of goes out in public a lot and it gets talked about a lot, but just the numbers that Spyro, Perfectix, and Lua are putting up in these games, that's mighty impressive. And these guys, they're a little bit more quiet. I don't feel like they're the flashiest players. I don't feel like they jump into your face as much, but they just consistently put up these numbers. They put out a lot of damage, and if you're one of those teams that finds themselves on the edge where Northern Lights is playing right now, and they're trying to either not let you in or they're either trying to get in on you, you'll feel and you'll get a pretty good idea of why these players are so scary. And we'll see what they can do. I mentioned it very briefly earlier. Their goal is to be the best on the world. But on their way there, I mean, why not win the mates tournament? Why not win ground zero? $5,400. You know, you'll get a big chunk of that prize pool. But that being said, let's jump into game number 3 and see if they can win that out as well. Because so far, Saga, they've been mighty consistent today.
They absolutely have. And what's your favorite kind of breakfast? I'm quite a fan of waffle. We've done plenty of that. We don't want any more of it. We're getting into game 7 games gone, Kowo. This will be the midpoint of the event, and we are yet to see a single team pick up 2 winner chicken dinners across the event. We're even yet to see Entropic pick one up, despite their position in 3rd place. Bitfix in 8th is the first team on the standings other than Entropic not to have a win, and Question Mark very much the outlier, having a win on the board, but they're still down in 12th place on 29 points. So it was just the one game where things have gone their way, and every other game since then, it's just been chasing the circles, getting caught on the very edge, and struggling to make their way into zones, which is a painful story that we've had to tell time and time again so far throughout the event. So hopefully the second half can go a little bit better for them.
We certainly hope so, and it's sort of, I said, it's what you're signing up for if you're a Cabrera team, if you're an Edge team. We'll certainly have a look at the hot drop in Chumacera in a second here, as it's been the bystanders and the Squirtle Gang going at it again. We saw them going at it in the end of game 2, ironically, where they dodge each other in phase 1, and they do actually end up both in the top 2 in the late game. So maybe that's a bit of a sign of how much sense hot dropping makes. But we'll see what happens in the hot drop. We'll see what happens to Question Mark. They're choosing the hard route, Saga. You know, playing Edge, it requires a lot more active thinking, a lot more proactive play, a lot more individual play. If you're a team that plays Pachinko Picado and that sends center in circle 1 and sends center in circle 3 if you have to, that's a pretty easy, straightforward game plan. If you're a team that lands on the edge and comes in late, you have so many more decisions to make. You have so many more plays to make as well. It's great when it works out, but it's definitely harder to pull off, and I think we're seeing that with Question Mark right now.
The good news is they're not in Cabrera this game. They're just up towards the eastern side of El Azahar, where Aduzi's got the weirdest hard spawn compound in the game, and Faultlessly actually has one nearby to him as well. So we'll have plenty of rotation opportunities from this position, and it's going to be much easier to make it into this zone, which is a very similar one to what we saw in the previous game. And Tropic won't be too upset about that. It's certainly fair to say, as they will once again have the opportunity to take an early position and keep themselves nice and covered towards the center of the zone. Although hopefully their hold on the northern side can be a little more successful this time around. They sort of got derailed by the lurk of Lou catching out I'm not even going to guess who it was. It was someone from Entropic up on the rock earlier on. So this sounds about right. So hopefully just avoid that situation, and it could have been a much different game for Entropic as well. They could have very much been the team that made it into 3rd place with all the kills up on the high ground as well. So this time around, they get a second chance, a mulligan. And as do the Squirtle Gang, they get a second chance at taking the hot drop against bystanders. So far, no damage exchanged, no kills, and no knocks certainly exchanged between the two. Just keeping their distance, but I can't expect that Entropic are going to go flying past to clean up whoever wins it in this time.
No, certainly not. And that actually makes you wonder, right? You've just seen the map. You see how far away Entropic loses from Chumacera, and that felt like a very quick and clean hot drop, right? But the bystanders cleaned up Squirtle Gang in a matter of minutes. And still Entropic is there to drive by and ruin bystanders' game. Just gives you a bit of a taste of how much time you're really investing and how much you're really delaying yourself with these hot drops. If you've got the map stream open, you'll see Ace's crew rotating towards Los Leones. So is DA. Entropic is already in the compounds that they want to play. And these guys haven't even fired a shot at each other yet. This is a losing battle. This is mutually assured destruction. If you're just want to beat that dead horse for the rest of this tournament. And it's not going to be pretty for anyone involved. So I'm not quite sure what the outcome will be, but we know that neither of these teams is really happy about this.
You've got the Squirtle gang taking a slightly different approach this time around, having one player up on the high ground, the classic Chumacera mountaintops. Frenchie with the 4x mini, just keeping Overwatch in case the push comes through. This is kind of what their undoing was, other than the early pistol kill. Was this wrap up the western side of Chumacera in the previous game that just caught them completely off guard, sent them scattering. This time, that won't be the case. Bystanders not opting to make the push whatsoever, maybe not feeling with the numbers advantage that it's worth the risk, and they would rather just fall back, loot the low ground area of Chumacera, and make a move towards the zone. They can continue on from there. Na'Vi this time, feeling that taking the fight against friends is not worth their time either. They've just made a move very early on. They've taken the western or eastern warehouses right on the east coast, where we saw Bystanders actually playing from in the previous game. Worked out very well for them. So a complete shift for those two teams to direct opposites. An early engagement for Bystanders this time, and Na'Vi taking the east coast and looking to play a much slower game from the edge of zone.
Looking to play a slower game, looking to get all the gear that they need, even from a location they just crashed. Bitfix, they're still a little bit in their looting split. Ironic they're picking up a bit more gear as Purdy is already rolling into the rest of the squad. That's further up the hillside. That's going to now be called out. That's going to be JR under fire as well. And with Purdy being spotted there, might just see Bitfix encroach on this. It's 3 players, though, that they have to deal with. A 2x is not going to make it all too easy to land these shots. But Otto is in a position where he should get one for free. That doesn't mean that he doesn't get traded, though, and that would be disaster for Bitfix. So they've got to be careful with what they got. That's good damage with the AK to open things up.
It's forcing Ace's crew onto the side where the assistance can come through as well. Physic looking to try and help out from up on the hilltop. M16, you hate to see it, but sometimes it just works. Purdy did a lot of work with the M16 in the games yesterday. This time around, not quite so successful as friends, despite Na'Vi taking a slower approach. Still end up in a fight for survival in the early stages of the game. This one goes much, much better. Illidan is there to finish the job this time. It's only one player down, but otherwise, a fairly clean attempt. Fairly clean wipe. Purdy has to just hit the deck, has to go prone, but it's not going to be enough to save him from the peek over the top. Physics, the dirty work. Bitfix Gaming just have to try and avoid sparking as a solo, which is always a terrifying thing, because even by himself, this man will probably wipe a squad or two. And they're just going to keep Evel out of harm's way, where he can't be flushed out immediately, and sparking is going to have to continue on the Aces crew game all by himself.
We've been praising Aces crew for all the players they have on the roster. We've been praising them for performing when they do. This time, it's Bitfix that just has the better trade, wins out the fight, sends Aces crew packing, and if I'm Bitfix, I'm getting the hell out of there. Having a solo against you when that solo knows exactly where you are and you don't really have a clue where he's going to be playing from, and having that solo be sparking is just not a position that you love to be in. That's kill feed showing us what's happening. Sparking is finding the first. Bitfix caught off guard a little bit, and now they're in a 1v3 versus Sparking that they don't really want to take at all. They don't really, it's not really worth risking a player to get one kill point. And, well, would have been better off leaving, but I think they just wanted to get their vehicles to get out of there, and Sparking was just ready and waiting for him.
Just a little bit of a cheeky lurk. The Brazilian lad, and these cheeky peeks as well. He's not done yet. More work to come through. Otto put in the bin. Now Skada and Question Mark, two teams who we really did not want to be seeing running into anyone in the early game, let alone each other, doing quite the same thing.
It is unfortunate, not only for Skada, also for Bitfix. Ironic gets a good shot in, sends Sparking packing for a bit. Question Mark and Skada, both teams that we said they need to get more going. They really need to pick things up if they want to show us what they're capable of. Now Gemty is caught. The angle could not be more awkward. Dante can't get the bullets through. He's got a player coming around the other side, though. A Doozy should clean this up anytime. Hobbit finds one. It's a Doozy who finds the other. Question Mark clean up Skada. Get some much needed points on the board. And Skada is back to the drawing board, Saga. They can't seem to get anything going.
Placement points are really not working out for Skada, and nor is the fights, it seems, not going much better either in the early stages of the game. Question mark. At the very least, we'll be able to grab their revives, and hopefully should be able to get out of there before Senya can lurk up and try and find an angle and cause some damage, cause some issues in the same way that Sparking is still doing to Bitfix, but they managed to cross the road, get a little up close and personal. He's already shown that he's pretty much a beast with the DMRs. But he's certainly no stranger to wiping people out with the shotguns either. So, once again, it's this same building. Always the case that trying to flush a solo out of this building can be very problematic. He steps in the Molotov, does him a bit of a favor. And I don't think it's going to be quite enough to take him down.
No. There was one tick, though. Wasn't far from getting him. That nade is good as well. That's good timing. Ivor gets one into the room. Otto gets one above the stairs, and it's once again good damage. But you've really got to chain that utility together, and because of this position where you can dodge the fire, it's why it's such a hard building to clear. You smoke off the stairs are an extreme choke point, and then when you're through that choke point, you've got a choke point to your left and to your right, and you also have a room that cannot be Molotoved. So it's not very easy to nade this room either when you look at where the windows are situated. This is why we see so many solos ratting it out here, and why it's such a pain to really clear this out. And Bitfix now realize the utility hasn't done the trick. Even though they do about 100 damage to Sparking, they better call this off. And realistically, a valid attempt, but they have wasted about 10 throwables and about 3 minutes of their time. And they're probably going to reconsider this next time when they're in a position like this, where you know that Sparking knows what he's doing. You know he's going to be smoking up the stairs, and he's going to be trying to dance around the nades. Sure, you have a solid chance of nading him out, but you also have a solid chance of this happening. And it's not paid off this time, and I think realistically, it probably doesn't pay off maybe half of the time, or something around those lines.
Solo caught in the center of a wide split of Northern Lights. A lot of damage to come through on towards Senya, and he wouldn't be the first of their number to fall, but they do at the very least get a single answer back onto Lou before Perfectix finishes the job with an off angle. Of course, not really a surprise that there's an off angle. They had a sort of triangle of players around Impala. Lou, unfortunately, a casualty in their pursuit of the squad wipe onto Solo. So that's two teams that have been killed off as they try to make an entrance on the northern side of the zone. Skada and Solo both unable to continue their move on. Sparking surviving just about, denying another team from being wiped out from the southern side of the zone. But there's a lot more space this time around than there was in the previous Zone 2, where we hadn't had so many squad wipes and so many damaged teams, and Solo is already lurking around by this point. Bystanders are actually going to come up behind Entropic, who are playing a much different game, taking the position where Bitfix held pretty much until the very end. They're going to allow Bystanders to take the high ground above, and they're going to be able to use that opportunity to do the scouting, take the long distance shots, and Entropic are just looking to ride the 9 zone, it looks like.
They're trying something different. They have historically been a team that struggles a little bit with this circle. Considering that Los Leones, it's not been their best circle in the track of time. But they will play it a little bit different this time. We also see Formulation Gaming and possibly the best compound in this circle. And now grouping up as 4. We see Question Mark making their way in on the east, and while this looks a little bit claustrophobic and it looks like Na'Vi has a grasp on holding them out, this should be fine for Question Mark to play up the hillside here, no problem. With Polish Power being so far off to the south, there's lots of space to play this from the bottom, and playing from the bottom is really what you want to be doing in these kind of circles. It allows you to just play in from the edge, have your back clear, and start peeking into people. Whereas playing from the top makes you vulnerable to multiple sides. But a very slow approach for Question Mark, a very slow approach for a lot of our teams, considering, like what you just said, we have so many players already going out by Circle 2.
Yeah, 20 players plus eliminated by this point in the game, 15 minutes, approximately halfway in, and very much expecting things to ramp up pretty soon. It does seem as though Phase 3 is maybe not going to be our pop-off circle this time around, as there is still a fair bit of space for teams to work into. The Ghetto Gang, all that remains of them, Sancho lurking in a warehouse. The only team that's really going to struggle to find a way to get into this zone potentially is the Squirtle Gang, having to go through DA, if not around them. Other than that, everyone else pretty much already in a position. Outside of this, Question Mark and Navi somewhat sharing this northeastern position. It's not really going to be much of a mutual arrangement between the two, but certainly more of just a bit of a stalemate standoff for the time being until movement is forced by the Phase 4 circle. Likely expecting it to head towards the west, as there is just that one little sliver of water, but it's not a huge one, so it's not necessarily a guarantee. Could just go as far as formulation gaming. But certainly, this position is very much unlikely to be within the next one. And so it's really going to be at that point where teams are forced to leave, that if we're going to get an engagement, it's probably going to be then.
Probably going to be then. On the southern side, things might kick off a little bit quicker with the Squirtle Gang having to get their way in. But like you said, Water Circle doesn't have to push out a whole lot of terrain. Might be a little bit of a slower start to Circle 4. And it's a bit unfortunate for the likes of Formulation Gaming that the Circle has already excluded a lot of the unplayable. So it will go to the east. It will probably just fit in on the southern side where it doesn't have to worry about water or unplayable terrain. It doesn't end up in the very typical area that we just saw the last circle end in, where we see it around that warehouse compound. But there it is. It's a circle that somehow always happens. It's the circle that's the reason why I said Formulation Gaming in possibly the best compound, is because it's an absolute magnet, and they have done well to commit to it. Sancho, he's committing to the Wrath play, something that the Squirtle Gang should be familiar with, and don't seem to have any idea about right now.
That is Friends, miles away on the far edge of the zone in the Watchful Eye of Keanu. All the way up on the far northeastern side. Batulins just loves being out in the blue zone. That's how he died in game number 1. Got knocked out there. This time around, will be making his push in. Should be able to get into a position where he can regroup up with the rest of Northern Lights. Bitfix losing yet another as Polish Power catch them out as they make a bit of a send out through the eastern side of Puerto Paraíso towards Question Mark. It's a bit of a valley for them to try and make a move up onto the high ground itself, whereas Bystanders doing quite the opposite, coming down from the high ground in towards Entropic, not getting close enough to put themselves in grenade range, having seen what happened to Formulation Gaming in the previous game. Bitfix, yet another loss as well. Just can't find a safe way to get into this zone. Polish Power on one side, Question Mark on the other. Otto is really struggling.
Goes back to what I was alluding to earlier. There was plenty of space between Question Mark and Polish Power for Question Mark to play up the hillsides, but then you add another team on top of that. You're adding Bitfix in the mix, and suddenly they're getting torn apart from multiple sides. Suddenly they're in between each other and are struggling to make their way on in. Otto will survive for a little while longer because Navi will keep Question Mark busy and have actually engaged on them, have actually pushed out of the compound, and just like that, they're already in dire straits again, Question Mark.
They just got caught trying to make their move, a little aggressively pushing out, trying to finish off Bitfix. Otto has been spotted again, so ratting still not really an option just yet, as a doozy still looking to land that last couple of shots, but can't quite make it happen. But Navi had already just maneuvered themselves, positioned, ready. So as soon as Question Mark tried to make any sort of exit, they had all options covered. Hobbits down on the low ground will be able to grab at least one revive for Question Mark. So 3 versus 4, not too dreadful for their chances, but Aduzi's position is going to be very well known to Navi. Even with this suppressor, they should have heard the mini shots, so they should know that he's in that position, but they've turned their attention over to Friends already. And, oh boy, Sancho just going to have to sit and heal for a little while longer. He's got a whole squad of DA ahead of him, and although he does have 2 grenades, he's going to have to place them very well if he wants a chance to get into this zone.
It's got 50 seconds as well, and then the zone's moving again. It's not moving all too far. That is that is for certain. But he's going to be healing on out to try and make them forget about the chance that there's a player behind them. But we know that the global rule is for every 10 seconds you rat, your aim gets a percentage worse. And it does tend to get into your head when you're staring at so many enemies in front of you for so long. Not a lot of players stay ice cold, which is kind of what you have to do in a 1v3, 1v4 situation. Na'Vi right now, they're trying to keep their control of the northern side. They're fighting on multiple fronts versus the bystanders versus question mark, but so far they're dishing out the damage. And looking at the minimap, you can catch a glimpse of Uba, who's just walking up to the friends at the same time. So there's a lot of action ahead for Na'Vi. There's not a lot ahead in this game for question mark. They once again go out in 12th place, and they're just not going to be happy with what they're achieving recently.
Friends not really happy with their current situation either. Grenades coming in from bystanders on one side and being squeezed by Uber and the rest of Na'Vi, but they've quickly turned their attention over towards that magnetic compound that you were talking about. Formulation Gaming copping 2 quick knocks at the hands of Na'Vi. You're going to force Vasco and Atomical into defensive mode, seeing if there's a possibility they can grab those revives, safely get across to where Hawkey's compound is. That's the big question mark, is that Na'Vi just have that position seemingly on lockdown. They've even taken some shots over towards bystanders. That's half of the team knocked out immediately. Friends finally fall to the blue zone, and bystanders, they don't have a chance to get those revives. They've just been picked apart from range.
They've just come on the fire of the Russian DMRs, and it's not been pretty. Keanu, the rest of the squad, whatever is left of it, they're trying to sail into the last guy from Northern Lights, his Batulins. They do end up trading him out. Now they've got Entropic looking to clear. Entropic looking to sweep this. Should be a matter of seconds. That's a knock stolen away. That's a player down. Keanu, no chance to do anything against Kuba there. 4 kills for Entropic, and more ratting ahead that we just got caught a glimpse of on that southern side for Sancho. But it is 3 teams on that northern side, Saga, with lots of control. And now Formulation Gaming, they find themselves caught in the middle. They find themselves in between Na'Vi and Formulation and Entropic, excuse me. Another green team, easy to confuse. And the circle's going to have a pretty big impact here, because if they stay in the middle until very late in the game, it might just get a little bit tricky here for Formulation Gaming.
That could be a huge bolty shot from Basque onto Uber. Getting knocked just over that ridge. A couple of 100 meters away from the rest of the squad, but the blue zone on top of him, and just as it ticks over to phase 6, there's no chance that he's getting a revive. So Na'Vi, as they try to make this push, getting up close, they've lost their long-range anchor who was watching the windows. Every time Formulation Gaming tried to pop up and take a spray into the smoke or throw some utility out, he was just there dealing damage in towards them. And he could have been the man that was putting a stop to the push from behind. Marcelik's grenade goes unidentified. They thought it was from the compound, but they just weren't ready for Polish Power to rocket from behind.
Nope. And now it's an absolute bloodbath. Alia last one up, 30 HP. Hawkey says hello through the window. And just like that, it's game over. 7 kills already for Polish Power. Good start to the round for them. Good mid-game for them. Sheila completely dumps on Kuba. The man's an absolute animal with the DMRs and with the ARs. DA have been banking on his aim for quite a while now, and it's always just been paying off. 0 kills for them so far. They've had a quiet game on their southwestern side. They've had a quiet game with their pocket snake, Sancho, who's still right next to Mert, who's still sneaking, who's still alive, getting these placement points up, and only 6 alive. He might even get a few more here. Look at Mert. Oh, he walks on by. No clue in the world. Knock and flush. Lots of space for Sancho to even make plays. And now Entropic is saying hello on the northern side. DA, they can't even focus on this.
That's really perfect timing for Sancho. You immediately saw as those shots came out that Digital Athletics turned their attention back. They were going to come back and sweep this side, but EIQ has forced their hand into a position where they just have to take this fight, knowing that there's a solo lurking behind them. Squirtle Gang are on their way over as well now, as is Formulation Gaming. Everyone's gravitating to this side. Polish Power have so much space now on the eastern side, as everyone just making moves for these little ridges, these little dips is all that really remains left in the zone, and it's just a brawl to try and claim the position.
I'm not sure if I love this from Formulation Gaming. They have put themselves, sure, in the center, but they're now in the center between Entropic, DA, Polish Power, and Squirtle Gang. Just completely pinched in the middle, and they're also in a position where any nades coming on over are gonna pose some big issues. Entropic finally deal with the A. That's gonna free up some time on their schedule. Sancho is about to rat another player. I'm pretty sure that Frenchie is looking at a very short lifespan here. But it's so much to deal with for Formulation Gaming. They're so in the middle right now. They're so pinched. And there it is. The snake strikes again. Knock and confirm. Another kill for the Ghetto Gang. This time, it's going to be game over, though, for Sancho. It's looking like it's about to be game over for Formulation Gaming.
Looking that way. Atomical. The 4x on the M4. Will be the last man standing. The shot's still flying in from Marsalek from behind. No helmet to work with. No first aids to work with either. Really stuck here now. I suppose the only other option really was to play along the ridge on the very northern side of zone, try and take the fight to the back line of Entropic as they were taking the battle up against Digital Athletics and try and play in from there. But honestly, EIQ's position not looking any better really than that of Atomical, despite the fact that Polish Power are lurking in all angles, the smokes really being the only thing buying him the space to work with for the time being. Still got Squirtle Gang making the push back up towards Entropic. For the second time, Squirtle Gang, an appearance in the top 4, potentially even beyond. One well-placed grenade. Could be a top 3. That's a top 3 anyway. Another well-placed grenade. It could be another top 2 for them.
Certainly putting placement points on the board. And Polish Power right now is showing exactly what I meant with playing from the bottom, Saga. They've taken their time. They've not done any overzealous moves. They've third-partied here and there, taken control of their ground when they had to, taken fights when they could get away with it, and pretty much just put themselves into advantageous fight for the entirety of that game. Now they've already got the placement points. They got the kill points. They're looking to close out this game as well. Marsalek has a solid anchor position, maybe a solid off angle if he doesn't get found here. And there it is. There is the off angle coming in. Squirtle Gang down to 1.5 members if you just count the HP. They've still got Evas to deal with on their north as well. And Polish Power looking strong to put a massive stamp on this lobby and have one of their Polish Power games where they just completely kick off. And all they really need to do is put themselves in good fights because they're a mighty scary fighting team, Saga.
Certainly looking that way. So just consider just the kill points alone that they've already picked up. They've made the jump in the standings to up to about the top 4, and that's before placement points and the potential of even more kills yet to come through. So again, just the one big game, and you can turn your fortune around when things are this close. It would also be yet another team onto the list of teams who have one winner chicken dinner so far. But that was a disgusting spray. Evas just sat down both of the Squirtle Gang, and then one bullet was all it took to finish the job for Polish Power. A 12-kill win. Could have been a little more if Evas didn't just steal everything away at the last second. But another second place for Entropic as well. That's like the 4th one they've had so far. But really, it was pretty insane for them to even make it to that point. That was a nasty spray from Evas to clean up the final 2. But Polish Power, it was inevitable at that point. 12 points, 22 overall as well. That's going to put them on 60 points in total. That is a huge, huge jump.
That is an Evas moment. I'm not sure if people have watched the G-Loot Super Week, but he lined up 3 of BBL in one spray. This time it's 2 of the Squirtle Gang. Puts him down. And it's so impressive. This is really why I cast PUBG. This is why I love watching PUBG. The man's getting naded about 17 times in a row. He's smoking his back. He's proning out there. He's just trying to clinch onto dear life, and then he gets that one chance and just lines up 2 of the Squirtle Gang. 3 points instantly, 1 placement point, 2 kill points, just like that. And Polish Power, all they need to do is clean up. So massive play for Entropic from Evas, massive game for Polish Power. Pretty much what they needed, pretty much what they need to accelerate towards the end of today. We've got 2 more Erangles coming at you, but first we're gonna go to a short break. This time a lot shorter than the last time. So we'll be right back.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
Dominant performances coming out of a lot of our winning teams today. It's been fantastic from Polish Power that game. It was fantastic from Navi in the first game. And it was strong showing from Bystanders in game number 2. All coming out with big games, all pushing themselves far up the scoreboard, Saga. We'll have a look at the map scoreboard to see who got away with the most points that game.
I think I can probably take a wild stab in the dark at who it's going to be. Of course, Polish Power with the 22 points picked up. Entropic with 16. So they've done a lot of work in closing the gap between themselves and Northern Lights, which has been steadily growing over today. But this time around, they played it a slightly different way. They played just more going for those compounds that they expected to be powerful positions until the late stages of the game, and it sort of worked out for them. You got to give a lot of credit, of course, to Eves at the very end with the big spray down to secure them those additional 3 points. But the Squirtle gang, once again, not a terrible showing. They got a top 3 position, not quite the top 2, but they're continuing on from their ascent from 16th place in the lobby. And unfortunately for SCADA, they're continuing on with their descent towards it. Another 0-pointer.
Tough times for SCADA. The biggest success they've had in this tournament was Pixelic winning the skin giveaway yesterday.
Wow.
That's not what you like to see with a team with so much talent on it. We'll have a look at the individual, the overall scoreboard, not individual scoreboard, the overall one, where they look a little bit less bad, but they're still in a position that they are going to hate to be in. 15th, 1 point away from the toxic players in last place is not a showing they're going to be happy about. Probably a showing that they should be able to at least shake up a little bit if they just come in with a full reset now or tomorrow. But they are still not alone on that right side of the scoreboard. It's only 2 out of our invited teams that are on the right side. Question mark is going to be the one accompanying them. And then all of the other 6 are on the left in the top 8.
Yeah, dude. Toxic Players just announced their emergency sub, Kowo, joining. Toxicity is a key trait. If I was SCADA, that one there was a violation. Personally, I would not have it. However, 3 rank points is a big problem. They're the only team in the lobby now to not have double-digit rank points across the 8 games that we've played. And they're not even close. 3 rank points. That's like 3 times they've been 8th place. That's about it in terms of making it to the late stage of the game. It's really not what we were. I mean, we talked about it a little bit on day 1, right? The teams that are going to do well are those that can both pick up the kills and consistently make those late game placings. They're doing not too bad in terms of the kills. They're alongside Ace's crew, question mark, Bitfix, just above 20 kills apiece. But it's really the placement point that is just a bit of a downgrade for them. However, for the likes of Bystanders, Polish Power, once again, that one big game that they've had today has really boosted their chances of keeping their slot in the top 5 for the prize pool, positioning Bystanders on 46, Polish Power with another decent game. This one certainly more of a feast than a famine, up into the top 4 with 60 points.
Yeah, just like that. A big performance, and suddenly you're all the way up there. Suddenly you're competing for the big chunks of prize money. Suddenly you're up next to an Entropic and an RV that's been piggybacking off that one big win as well, and an Entropic and a Northern Lions who've just been not as consistent as you've ever seen. They've definitely had tournaments where they were more dominant, but still in the greater scheme of things, consistently putting points on the board. Ghetto Gang falling a little bit short today. We mentioned the issues with Schengen not getting into lobby game 1 and instantly gets flushed out lobby 2 as the first man alive, or the first man dead, I should say. They've not really been able to hold up what they could start on day 1. But it is the nature of the game. You put these top tier teams in a lobby, you give them 10 games, they're going to be more dominant than they can be in 5. It's just the nature of RNG, and it's the nature of sample size. And that's why I'm not surprised that we'll see at least one of the 3 teams, the 3 invited teams that were on the bottom 8, at least push themselves up towards the top. One good game for question mark, and then suddenly we have 7 out of 8 in the top 8.
We are now officially over halfway through the tournament as we enter game number 9, which means 8 teams have picked up winner chicken dinners. 8 different teams, and all but one of them are in the top 8. Question mark, the outlier, still remaining in 11th place. They did climb a singular spot in the standings after the previous game, and they're not too far away from breaking into the top 8, but Entropic still need to pick up that one win. They've had way too many second places, but that's still entirely fine because the consistency is keeping them up there. But if even one of those wins or second places was converted into the win, they would be above Northern Lights in the standings right now. I think they would actually be tied in terms of placement points and kills as well. Let's just presume that it was a point denial to the blue zone from the final player. They would be tied on points with Northern Lights. So just getting that final hurdle in the game could make all the difference for Entropic. They are the only team in the top 8 yet to do so. They've got 7 more chances to get that big winner chicken dinner on their belt.
Next chance is up on Erangel. 2 more of those tonight. And as we get another quick look at the scoreboard here, look at how many points Polish Power has. They got almost 40 points in 2 of their games. I'm just picking a fight with Twitch chat here because they argued with me when I said they were as feast and famine as it gets. We are through 8 games now. If you cut 2 games out, then they are on 22 points, and they would be at the very, very bottom. They are a snowball team, and they are a scary team when they snowball, and they've just done it. If they get a good circle here where they are able to take some fights, maybe one of those shooting range circles, maybe an Everest ending, something along those lines, I can see them competing for the top. I can see them snowballing their way into first place, at least for today. Tomorrow might be a different story. Momentum might just reset overnight, might just calm down everyone a little bit, and at the end, the maybe slightly more skilled teams, as weird as that sounds to say, with Northern Lights and Entropic, they've just been so dominant in Europe lately, pull through. But this is a scary sign. If a Polish Power accelerates like that, if they can tie some games together, they are hard to stop.
Well, unfortunately, it's not the Everest zone this time around, although Bald Mountain in the middle is very much an option. Na'Vi won't be too upset to hear that. They're obviously very close. Some decent chances to take priority positions for themselves. We are, of course, into dangerous territory for Entropic because Miramar has been where they've picked up pretty much every single one of their points. I think they ended on 13th place after our first few matches on Erangel after day number 1. So hopefully they won't be repeating that lack of performance, I think is probably fair to say. And this time around, they're not going to have the positional advantage that they had in our prior to Miramar games from Circle 1, so they are going to have to play a very slightly different style to make it to that point. Northern Lights, Digital Athletics, not too far away from the zone as well. We've already seen them on Erangel in a zone pretty similar to this, have some early jostles for the positions that they want to try and take, usually just towards the southeastern side of where they loot on a zone like this, although that was a little bit further to the east, so maybe have some different ideas in mind. And Ace's crew already starting to make a bit of a move out of Pachinki, sending 2 players across to the barns on the far side of the fields, just to sort of hold down that, take a little bit more control of the area as well.
It's a good point. It's unfortunate. It's the point I wanted to make. I was interested to see what Northern Lights and DA do, because this is just close to a circle where we see them competing for new compound. But like you said, a little bit further off to the west, maybe it's not as worth as it was in the circle where we've seen that happen before. But DA is certainly going to look to move on early and look to try and take a position that they want to be playing out from. Squirtle Gang also slowly starting to make their move out of Milta, but I think they still have more than one player looting. Ixtelic has made the move to the barns where we saw Ace's crew go into. So that's going to be interesting for Scarlet. And if you have the map stream open, !map, you will see that DA is now actually on the move around both sides of the Northern Lights. So that's going to be interesting. They're going for Potato Hill, as we see a lot of teams that are a little bit further away from the center still looting.
What a maneuver. Just going either side, like a pincer maneuver, but not to try and sort of contribute to a flank, but just to bypass them entirely. I'd quite love to see that. Ace's crew have fully given up Pachinki itself, just to commit to the barns, which seems to be along the path of where DA is headed. Pixelic watching a couple of hearing the engines at the very least in the distance, and keeping a close watch as some shots have been exchanged between DA and the Ace's crew. JR Head will be chasing them a little bit further away, just making sure that they're fully aware that the barns are occupied and taken, and that they are willing to try and defend. It's Na'Vi, the first time we've seen this position played either on, but last time it was the Aces crew who took this, and they had full control over both halves of the compound. This time it will be forced to be shared, as Digital Athletics have decided this is where they're going to stick around for now. Nice central position just to the south of the Bald Mountain. Whereas Northern Lights, you said you were interested in what they were going to do. They've just decided to go the opposite way. They've sent half the team to Watertown to grab a bit more loot. Half the team were thinking about Volcano and looking to just tighten up the 2-2 a little bit.
That is wild. That might be a read into Polish power. That might be an attempt to play out from the northern edge with a lot of information and control. But that is certainly interesting. That is the kind of stuff that I would just love to sit down and look at and just stare at what Northern Lights are doing here, because they have some sort of idea in mind. They have reasons to do this, but that's obviously not always obvious to us, and especially with the limited time that we have to talk about it, hard to figure out. But certainly interesting coming out of Northern Lights. Very classic Na'Vi play. They like to take this cube compound, but they like to take what's southwest of it, where they have put Uba and I believe that is Melman. Yeah, it's Example and Alia on the north. Classic split for them. Yay, 4-man in a compound. Not too surprising. It does like to call those moves. So the center of the circle is very conventional, and then some of the outsides, some of the edges are a little bit spicy and interesting, especially if you're looking at the Yasnaya Lake as well.
If it was an attempted read on towards Polish power, it was an unsuccessful one. Polish power have gone for the widest rotation of this game in particular. Question mark, not going to be laying claim to that trophy this time around, although they might be able to try and put a stop to what Polish power are doing as a doozy getting up close and personal with Marcelic. Engine is off, so no shots exchanged. Marcelic might be in a bit of a false sense of security, but they have turned back somewhat. But Big Fix taking some shots as they themselves cross over the West Yasnaya River will force Polish power to turn their attention back. And so Hobbits was toying with the idea of taking those shots. Polish power are just going to continue on their move. See if anything comes to. As long as no one's in a buggy, they should be okay, right?
Should not be spinning out. They read my mind. I was like, this is the most interesting to look at. Observers give us the pictures. It's very easy to hate on observers. It's a very common thing to do in Twitch chats, but it's very rare to actually get compliments. As a caster, you're always happy when what you want to talk about comes up on screen. This time it is Polish power getting through whatever that was from question mark. You would have thought that in the position that they were in, with Hobbits on the rocks and Leslie and the rest of the squad on the north, you would have thought they might run a rotation camp, but they decide against it completely. Polish power go through unharmed and will make their way into a fairly free eastern side of the circle. Lots of ground for them to cover, lots of ground for them to grab, and look at the amount of space that Northern Lights are taking compared to any other team in the circle right now.
We might have just had our answer for what they're trying to do, is just deny entry from some of the bridges up towards the north and still just greedily hold on to positions with Perfectix and Lou at least a kilometer apart. One in the apartments, one over by ruins almost. It's a very scary thing, but question mark could just cross over and get directly into the middle of the four-way split and cause some serious problems should Northern Lights try and regroup.
That is a bit of a problem for Sheila. Gets his head popped off. Another bolty coming on in. We've seen those quite a few times on Na'Vi. It's usually Melman picks them up. But when you land in what ends up being center of phase 1, you tend to have a very quick loot phase. You tend to have to go early, and you tend to find yourself with guns you're not used to playing. So example with the bolty there. Dishing out some damage, hurting some helmets. As Formulation Gaming make their way into Pachinki. Not the only team with that idea. On the other side of it, you have Solo coming in from the western side. They do play with Senya today. No more stand-ins, no more subs. But it's not been the best day for them. They haven't been really able to show a whole lot of what they're capable of. But oh, circle northwest as hard as it can. It's going to throw a lot of our teams for a loop, and well, we're still interested to see what the Northern Lights make out of this situation, aren't we?
As we sort of hinted, question mark making that cross over the river has really forced them to give up some of the control, as I'm sure this zone would have forced them to make a bit of a decision anyway. But now Batulins is very much isolated. Lou has to try and get out of there, but Batulins is being pulled upon by Bitfix at the same time. So maybe just a slight overstep on the control that they tried to claim. There you go, punished if he's not caught out, but it's actually question mark taking the shots in towards Bitfix. It's going to be the first shots exchanged on the northern side of the zone. Skada pretty much dead center, and they've got themselves a compound where they can actually survive for a while, hopefully. And Solo just looking to try and find a way into it. Have been sent packing. Batulins has sprung the trap. He's caught Otto, and that's a kill point gained for Northern Lights as well. And they're going to be able to hold on to the position along with it. Polish Power going back over the bridge, going back north of the river, and going back to their original rotate route where Spyro was lurking, looking to try and camp them out.
It's good decision for Polish Power. They might not know it, but that Rozhok area was an absolute powder keg, just ready to explode, with Northern Lights building around question mark having no idea of it. And Sheila actually wins that out versus Bombilovo. It was looking like he was staring him down for a second there, not even shooting at him instantly, but actually wins it. What? Wins a second one.
Dang.
He's got no right winning these, and he's going for a third as well. The confidence on this man is absolutely peaking. His team is busy getting the res. His team is not ready to help. Senya on the flank will get a peek in through the window. Oh, and that's young. 82 damage. Connects onto the body as well. Senya is going to pick something up, and it's not going to stay clean for DA. But what was that from Schiller?
Sort of your options when you're tagged down low is, do you try and reposition, do you try and heal, or do you try and catch them out as they're pushing you? He certainly did that very well. Metrelius, he's not going to go for the same thing. He is going to try and get a heal off. Skada hearing the gunshots going off in the compound nearby. Opted into a bit of an aggressive reposition, trying to find some angles in towards the warehouse, see if they can contribute to this fight, steal away some much-needed kill points, potentially even the position afterwards, and hold a 2-2 split at this point in the game. Will be very strong, but Metrelius will be taken down before they get the chance to contribute. Sosed is very, very low, though. Almost caught out, and now that's going to be the call for Skada. Now they've seen this fight is over. Being caught in those dips is a playable position in the late stages of the game, but it's certainly not one you want to find yourself in. Very much crashable, and a lot of angles on towards it. So they will regroup, played a little more defensively. Although, maybe they might have to reconsider now that Ace's crew is making the full send into the compound again.
It is pretty much the story of that compound a lot of the time, where you can't hold the north and the south. It's even tough to just hold the north and the warehouse at the same time. We just saw how tough that was with Solo in DA, struggling for all of that ground, for all that hard cover. So recrashes and crashes on the southern side, very, very common. Purdy getting left alone there. Uba and the rest of Navi, they delete him with the DMRs and no res on the cards for Ace's crew is gets abandoned. And I'll have to say, as someone who is in charge of zooming the map for the NA broadcast, you know, it serves him right, because that man makes his team just do rotations that allow no one to zoom in the map, and serves him right for being left alone here, Saga.
If anything, it's just proving his point, because they tried to send it down the middle and he's died for it, so I can't imagine that they won't be making any more wide reps just for you later on. EIQ have tried to do something very similar. They were lurking on the eastern bridge towards Sosnovka Island, then now on the West Rozhok bridge, so they've completely wrapped all the way around, and they've lost a couple of players in doing so. Squirtle Gang picked one of those off earlier on. Solo do manage to spot out Purdy Curti. Priel will claim the kill point for the crew, and Formulation Gaming are now trying their luck on making the full send directly past Navi.
Ooh.
We'll see how that goes, but they're actually going to hear the shots. They're going to pull up. Dodging out on the pre-nades, but not the headshot from Example. Stratos through the grass gets a swift haircut.
Gets a haircut. 2 members going left for Formulation Gaming. They're looking to sweep this. Uber doesn't really have an idea, and that's Example getting caught on the lower ground. That's massive for Formulation Gaming. They're happy to see that in the kill feed. Uber still finds another one. So much damage coming in. It's not even trades at this point because Formulation can't really find any knocks, but it's just clean counter peaks. It's balancing attention between each other. Navi just always finding a way on in when Formulation Gaming is looking at the other member. Uber takes a bit of attention. Melman takes another bit. And they just clean it up. Hawkey, the left one standing. Ghetto Gang, they were looking for a third party, but when there's no fight, there is also no opportunity to third party. They notice that now. And, well, Hawkey, you're not quite safe. Not quite safe just yet. Uber puts a second on the board. Navi on 4. They stay almost clean out of this. Would have been nice to keep 4 up in the position that they were in. They're gonna have to take more fights later on. But at least they get the 4 kills on the board.
Ghetto Gang looking to claim a little bit more space on the southwestern side of the circle. They have a lot of control. Pretty much the entirety of the Pochinki fields is an option available for them should it be relevant in about 10 seconds or so when the zone opts to shift. The dips that were temporarily occupied by one half of SCADA are now fully occupied by the toxic players, and that's exactly why they disappeared out of that area. They did not want to stick around long enough to be breached, but this is why it's also not too terrible of a spot for the toxic players. It is an area that is somewhat of a zone magnet as well, and it's a playable position, but with so many teams that are lurking on the very edges of zone and very limited space for them to work with, it's not at all out of the question that someone else is going to send it into those dips, and it's going to be absolutely chaos.
Especially when one team sends it in and it doesn't go cleanly, the recrash potential is endless. Friends could be there, question mark. It could be a team that's interested. The Northern Lights are a team that might be interested in those dips. And Tropic certainly will have an eye out from the north, and that's pretty much the risk of those dips. It's not as much if you win the first fight. You're always hoping that you should be able to hold a crash out, but it's the problem of multiple crashes coming on in. And it's not even out of the picture that SCADA would recrash, depending on how the next circle shifts. They might want to rotate into those dips as well. So the toxic players, they've got to be careful, and we all know how incredibly strong drive-bys are in this current meta. We all know how easy it can be to breach a dip just with 3 or 4 cars. So the toxic players definitely under a lot of pressure at some point down the line. For now, Bitfix Gaming is got a clock on their back with question mark on the other side of the road. 2v4. It's a tough task ahead, and you don't really see them getting out of this one.
Not when you've got the whole of question mark not only looking on the road, but the hilltop behind them makes it almost impossible, even if they had the vehicles, just to try and send it past. Question mark. They can sit here for a while. They can ensure that Bitfix don't make it out of here and then move up with pretty much impunity up towards the high ground, towards school itself. Not so much the case for Navi, as the bystanders have crept their way up towards the bald mountain behind Potato Hill. And they've managed to creep their way in, taking out Alia. Uber and Melman still having to hold the line. Northern Lights have lost Lou to a grenade of Norkis, as well as now they, despite all of the control they had in phase number 1, found themselves scrambling to find a position in the zone. They're going to mount up in the vehicles and look to send something forwards, but a quick trade of knocks. Perfectix goes down, but Batulin's answers back. That might just have to be the signal for a go, but it's Illidan from range with the MK14 that just says no. Spyro gets sat. Not to be biased, they are taking shots over at the Polish Power as well. Friends, maybe, but enemies to absolutely everyone right now.
It's a weird game, Saga, coming out of Northern Lights. So much control, so much space. They build up around question mark. They don't really do anything with it. And now they build up around Polish Power, don't manage to really do anything with it. We have a very limited amount of information on what they've really done and what their moves have really been. We only see them time and time between circle shifts. But from looking from the outside in, it's been a weird game. Bystanders, they're now struggling in the blue zone. They're struggling to make a fight work against the Ghetto Gang, who have finally managed to creep up the hillsides. The fight, Bystanders versus Na'Vi, took long enough for them to actually third party, which is what they've been looking to do this entire game. They do it successfully. 3 kills for them. Good bunch of points collected. Maybe a start to a better day. Same maybe to be said for Skade. Pick up Lukerux free, and are looking to try and continue a dominant game out of their western compound, which, with the circle shift we've seen, should be fairly doable.
Ace's crew have adopted a Squirtle into their side of the compound, although whether they're going to be taking care of him is an entirely different question. Toxic players will be forced to make a move as well, and Friends, with Illidan at the back with the MK, putting the shots up over the top, they're just going to full send it into the compound. You just get like the UAV, the air support view of this, of how everything is just not really working out for Friends. Everyone who's committed to the fight has been dropped, and that's a signal for question mark to get involved as well. Even with Illidan still in the back line with the MK, but it's just gone equally poorly for question mark. Psych, there's the grenade from Aduzi to finally finish the job, but the smokes have to come up quickly because the Ghetto Gang could find positions from up the hill. Solo need to put some shots in towards this as well. Finally, Bitfix Gaming have been eventually taken out by the Toxic players, but well, it's just really not gone very well for anyone on the eastern side of the zone. And Batulin's once again out in the blue zone, is creeping his way forward. He did manage to pick up a fair few meds from his fallen teammates, so we'll see whether it's enough for him to make it into the zone and deal any damage to question mark from behind.
He's on a mission, that is for sure. It's been a complete bloodbath on the eastern side. I feel like no one's really come out of this fight any better off. The northern side is about to kick off as well, with the Toxic players having to move on in from the dip, but Batulin, he's got 2 more first aids. He's looking to make a dent onto question mark out of all teams. They were hoping to finally get a better game on the board, and now Batulin's is looking to just spoil their fun completely, but timing might just work out in their favor. They are creeping away in the cars. Faultlessly might be the one to get caught, but Batulin's might just make the run, get another first aid off,
one
loot
first
up.
aid left, and he can just get more here.
He can just loot up whatever he wants right now. He's got so many bodies ahead of him. He has to make sure to not waste any time. You can see how quickly that zone starts ticking. And it's about to lock in. It's about to deal double damage, so he better get on moving. As Ace's crew are looking to try and clear out the building, and that's the fight we mentioned. That's Toxic players having to leave their dip, and that is Solo trying to take advantage.
Only about 100 damage onto the standing players, as well as 50 onto the who was knocked. Patulins wasn't able to make it work as much as we wanted to see it. That was okay, that worked. It's the second time we've seen the triple nade so far today. Like I said, the first one was good. That one just a little bit better.
It looks like it's just cleaning up, right? It looks like it's just finishing up, but buying this amount of time is massive for Solo, because now they can work towards the south. They know they'll have to cross the road at some point. They're looking to try and find an entry. Ace's crew has just dealt with Squirrel Gang as well, so all they're doing is really just holding the road. And now Solo, at least, they can work into this, and they can try to start making moves.
Skada has successfully achieved placement points. Congratulations, guys. They've almost doubled the amount of placement points they've had so far as well. And it looks very much like they're going to extend that too. They're entirely uncontested now on the western side, having cleaned up an attempt to ascend around that side of the zone by Entropic. And now, as long as they can contend with question mark, making a full send in a clown car directly towards them, a little bit of assistance expected from the Ghetto Gang as soon as they pull up in this position. A little bit, I say. How about all of it? Job done. April. He hit like 7 headshots in that engagement. That was absolute filth.
Just like that, the game is over. No chance at all. Just put to bed by April. Spring cleaning for the Ghetto Gang. 9 kills on Solo, 3 on Ace, 7 on the Ghetto Gang already, just with that little SLR tap. No boy, question mark are going to be wondering where that game went. It's going to be a fight for the southern side with Skade and Ghetto Gang. It's going to be a fight for the northern side, Solo versus Ace. But Ace is still just waiting for Illidan to make the move. Friends seem to be well known here, and Sparking is ready, but he's looking at a few different angles, so if he looks away at the wrong time, certainly a chance for Illidan to do something as Blazer gets the trade versus Skada.
To be fair to question mark, I don't think clown carring into that position is a play that you make if you feel like the game is in your control, in your hands. But an answer back, at the very least, from the Ghetto Gang. Blazer is too far separated to get any of these revives. Illidan around the side has survived a little longer than his teammates, but not long enough to make it into the top 4. Sparking, the blue zone is going to force him around the side before he gets the chance to have a full proper look at the gear that was available. Otherwise, I'm sure the MK would have continued its time in play, but not to be the case. Oh, Skada. That's another solo dealt with, cleaned up with. I'm Sancho, flushed out, finished. Blazor entirely alone on the southern side of the zone. Everyone else is looking pretty good in terms of the player count, but for the positioning, Solo, he's going to have to find a way through either Skada or Ace's crew to try and make it into the zone, and neither of them is looking like a particularly enticing option.
This is what you were hoping for if you're a Skada fan. They get good circles, they get a good compound to play out of, and they get a good game here, regardless of what happens here. Circle shifts towards the road. They still have a bit of an RV on their side of the road. They can also just fully commit to the shift up on the hill if they want to clear out the last remainder of Ghetto Gang. It's the classic 1 kill, 2 points, because you get a placement point on the board as well. And honestly, with how Solo and Ace's crew are set up here, Skada just want the southern side, and they just want to be happy with that. The job for Pixelic here is not really to play the northern side, it's to keep Solo from freely rotating out. He's just playing time there, making sure they can't take the northern approach. And if they can't take the northern approach, they're going close to Ace, they're going to take casualties, they're going to take a fight to Ace, and the game will just end up fairly free for Skada, but right now it's looking free for Sparking as he opens up on Prion.
Jam as well with another knock. Senya now alone. As the rest of the squad, they try to make something happen, but Senya makes it happen with a headshot onto JR. That's all that will happen from this point on. Ghetto Gang survive long enough to claim another placement point out of the affair, but unless there's some peak rattery to come through from Blazor, that's probably all that's going to happen. JR should be revivable with a bit of a wall of smokes, and Jempty still holding the off angle is going to make it very, very awkward. As soon as Jam hops into the vehicle, taps flying in his direction, and really being squeezed for positioning. Blazor, he's dropped the backpack, so he's making it difficult for Xiong to actually spot him out, but an angle is all that he would need.
Xiong's looking for him as well. He's spent the entire last few minutes looking at him. He's spotted him out finally through the bush, taps him in the head. Might have seen some of that blood. Oh, and that's a clean Varel spray. Coming out of Xiong. 6 kills now. 4 versus 3. They're not in the circle, but they do have a lot of the cover. They do have a lot of the ground. They should still have some vehicles to work with. Grab a rock here or there. I say they have some vehicles to work with. That's a lot of busted cars on this tiny little bunker for them. But this is a game that they need to close on out. Not just for their points saga, but also for their mental. Just to prove themselves that they can do it and that they can perform versus a team like Ace's crew, with Sparkin being an absolute menace. No one's going to deny that. But it is a 4v3. They've got most of the cards in their hand. They just have to play them out.
You're a Sparking fan or something? There's more than one player on this team, you big bias.
Who is not a Sparking fan? Let's be real.
Yeah, just because you spoke to him in Thailand doesn't mean that JR Head and Jam are not going to contribute. Unless they don't, in which case, like, yeah, we'll just be Sparking fans. It's going to be difficult, though. From their position, they have very little in terms of utility. The smoke's not looking great. The grenades that they have available, I mean, there's no chance that they're getting close enough to put them to any real use unless Skada just decide to run at them. On the side, it seems like that's not going to be the case. As much as they've been doing that throughout the whole event, this is not the time just to hop in a clown car and just run it down. They're going to play this a little more methodically, take a wide split around the high ground angle, make it very, very difficult for anyone to pop up, and That's shown exactly why. As soon as JR Head pops up, spams a few shots over, it's Pixelic from a different angle, instantly headshots him, forces him to sit back down. It's very difficult for Ace's crew to get anything out of this position. Skada are just really doing all they can to squeeze them out of this game.
Yeah, they're squeezing in them against the back of the blue, and they're hoping that once Phase 9 kicks in, once everyone gets pushed to the center, that the amount of cover and the amount of angles that they've collected will be enough to close out this game. But if you're looking at that minimap, yeah, they have more space. Yeah, they've got to move a little bit later. I think the bigger factor is going to be the utility, because Skada will have to leave a lot of their angles fairly soon here as well. But you can see Sparkin is going for the run. He's going for a mad play because there's just no utility to cover their tracks, to try and make a run across. That's going to cost them. JR and Jam, they've got to do it all. Taking so much damage already. Skad is already swarming. You could see Pixel grab the new angle already. They're not looking to let Jam make that cross. They're not looking to waste any time, but it's good damage onto Jemty at least. Jam finds one. Now JR is left to his own devices. No first aid. He's looking for the flush with the pan. He gets close to it as well. Jemty's crawling for info. He's not even trying to stay alive right here. Trying to give JR Head what he wants. It's a matter of seconds until JR Head gets what he's looking for. Pops over the ridge. He doesn't have a whole lot of armor left. He finally finds that flush. Now the flashbang comes in. The util's there. It is Pixelic who clicks up that last kill. It was a formality for the last 30 seconds there. They just had so much util just to push JR Head against the wall. And Skada finally win a game. They finally get something going on day 2 here, Saga.
Yeah, they made it all the way to double-digit placement points. That was literally the only way they could have done that, was to win a game in one single game. That is to say, being on 3. A second place would have only left them on 9. So now every single team in the lobby has finally hit that cutoff point, the double-digit placement point. Skada was the last to do it, but they've really boosted themselves up in that regard, and I'm sure in the standings as well, after what has been a steady slide down towards 16th. That's going to be a big jump up for them, with almost 20 points picked up in just the one game. Again, almost the same total that they've had across the previous 8 games. So it just goes to show you that they really haven't been having the best of time of it, but they've still got it in them to have that one big game.
And they needed that. They needed that. We'll see what it amounts to after the break. It's a last break for tonight. It is a few minutes, and then we'll kick it into gear for game number 5. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
It's the last time that you'll see our smug faces before our game tonight. It is the last break you've just sat through. We're getting ready to go to game 5. But we should have a quick look at how game 4 turned out, Saga. We'll have a match leaderboard coming up for us, and there will be absolutely no surprises that Skada is on the very, very top of that.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Nobody breaking the 20-point gap this time around. Aces Crew with 14, Solo with 13 as well, which is good news for them. That means that they also will have been creeping up a few spots in the standings as well, respectively. Ghetto Gang with their first real good performance of the day as well, which is nice to see considering that they have been slipping somewhat on their hopes of chasing those sort of top 2 positions after a very solid start to day number 1 at the very least. Northern Lights only with the 3 points, Bystanders with the same this time around as well, but Entropic only with the 2, so that gap at the top has very slightly increased, but compared to the likes of Na'Vi, Polish Power, Ghetto Gang, it's still very much within reach.
Still very much within reach. We'll see what happens when we see the overall scoreboard. Once that comes up, it once again, I think it's concentrated to a very few teams moving around the scoreboard mostly. It's not a whole lot of moves. We see Aces Crew making a big jump. We see Skada making a big jump. With Aces Crew putting another solid game on the board. They've really just been cruising on that average to good game kind of standard. They've not really been putting massive performances on, but they've also not been bombing out all too much. And well, no surprise, Skada pushed themselves up 4 slots, and Solo actually getting a good bunch of points that game, putting themselves in the top 8 here, Saga.
They absolutely have. And it's very, very close once again. I think tied on points with Friends as well. So the top 8 again is the cutoff point for. It's can be sort of used as a measure of a tournament. I think for a lot of the teams coming in, particularly those through the qualifiers who don't normally play at this level, it's sort of like, okay, if we get top 8, we're pretty solid. Like we've had a good event. So that's really all that it stands for when your top 5 is the cutoff point for the prize pool as well. So that's really where we're looking at, but it's setting themselves up for a push on the final day.
Setting themselves up nicely. We'll have a bit closer of a look when we have 10 out of 15 games on the tally. We'll have another quick look at the stats and we'll see who's popping off now. Damage, kills, all that good stuff. We're going to start with kills and knocks, and with Entropic having a bit more quiet of a game, it's actually still Spyro on top, but Na'Vi have taken more control of these standings.
They absolutely have. Northern Lights still up there in the kills, but Na'Vi having the most in the lobby as a squad, just a little bit more spread across. Uber, an example, dangerously close, and looking at knocks as well, up there too. Not a single Northern Light in the most knocks, which is pretty interesting considering their position at the top of the standings with the second most kills by just 1. So maybe a lot of stealing coming through. Who knows? I'll have to take a bit more of a look at that as well. But no surprise still to see Lucarux up there for Entropic, despite the fact that, well, once again, Erangel wasn't ideal for them, but they've still got one more game to try and turn their fortunes around.
We'll see how things shape up. We'll have another look at damage numbers to see who's dishing out the most. We'll look at survival time as well. Once it comes to our players here, you can see that they're still in control of Spyro as well. Example in Alia, they've been really consistent performers for Na'Vi. They've been sort of what Na'Vi has been banking on for firepower for the last few years, just on a different level sometimes in Europe. And now adding Uber onto the list is going to be good, going to put a little bit of pressure off their shoulders. But for now, it is Na'Vi and Alia that are dishing out the most. Sparkin's up there, maybe part of the reason. You know, you called me out for fanboying. I think he's performing the best on his squad. He's not outperforming them by a mile or anything. It's certainly a team effort for the Aces Crew. But for now, 3,000 damage, or at least half a damage away from it, is going to be the highest number on that team.
Yeah, so super close. Very much close as well in the survival time across the board. Only a couple of minutes separating Polish Power from Northern Lights, which is interesting, to say the least. Cappy certainly I think one half of the Polish power on day one, who made it much further than we would have expected them to. So certainly helping out in that regard. And Blazor as well, after his solid ratting performance in our final Miramar game as well, doing some good work. And this one as well too. It was actually Sancho, I believe, on Miramar, but it was Blazor, the last man standing this time around. So kept himself just enough, or alive just enough to make it into this top 5 here as well. We've got one more game to go. We'll be starting very soon, about 40 seconds away from heading into the lobby. And well, it's another one more opportunity for a lot of the teams. Again, a lot of movement on the lower side of the standings, with Skada obviously being the big gainers, but Solo and Ace's crew both going up by 3 and 4 places in the standings respectively. So towards the middle of the pack, still a lot of movement available, with just a good game. A 10 plus points is really all that it takes to boost you up quite a few spots in the standings. But as we get closer and closer towards the top, things are beginning to separate out just a little bit for the top 5.
They are. We'll see if they separate anymore or if they close on up as we jump over to Erangel one last time for the night. And it really is a bit of a weird phase in the tournament, that sort of middle day where it's starting to get more and more serious. The scoreboard starts to matter more and more, but it's still setup time. You're still looking to put yourself in a good position for the last day. Very rarely you'll see something decided by day 2. That's usually you have to go to NA or APAC really for a team to separate themselves this far from the pack. In EU, we have a little bit more quality across the board, and you'll end up with, let's say, maybe the bystanders. One big game, suddenly they're in 2nd place, and right now they're in 7th, so certainly nothing is decided with 5 or 6 more games still to play. So it's almost sometimes feels like these games are a little bit less important. It feels like they're not as impactful, but obviously when you come into tomorrow and you fall a few points short, you will remember these games in the middle of the tournament where maybe you couldn't close out the game versus Skate in the end, or maybe you just got third party at the wrong moment by Ghetto.
Very cool that you think you have quality across the board in Europe, but do you have 50,000 viewers on the Thailand League? Which is insane. What a psychopath region. But honestly, yeah, no, you're not wrong. So even the teams that are towards the bottom end of the standings, still at this point, there is still quality there, and absolutely we hope to see it, and we got to see a little bit of it from Skada in the previous game, and this time around they will have an opportunity to do it again. And I'm not going to say it was really any of a surprise whatsoever to see that, well, the best game that we've seen from Skada so far, the one game where they've picked up a win, was the one game where they weren't playing like absolute psychopaths with nothing to lose, where they actually played a little more safely from the compound. They were still making aggressive moves, like going over for the dip, looking for the chance to third party, but they weren't getting over aggressive. There was no full sends and early compound battles like we've seen so far, and they get the chance to try and replicate that for game number 10 of the event as well, although it may result in a bit of a 50-50 for some teams. Of course, like a lot of them will be going towards the northern side of the river, but I'm sure we'll still have some lurking around Gatka, Everest area, maybe just playing for that coin flip on the hard south shift as well.
We've had that conversation before. We've had the talk about putting yourself in a position where you are not dependent on the shift, where you are in control of some sort of the river crossing. But we've had that conversation on a circle that was basically guaranteed to go north. Now we have much closer to a 50-50. Maybe it's a 40-60 in favor of the north, maybe. But this could be fairly close to a 50-50 in my books, at least, depending on what circle 2 and 3 does. We'll see a much harder choice for teams to make. We'll see a probably much more balanced across the road approach, especially if you look at teams like the Bystanders, like Bitfix. Even if you only have a 40% chance to go north, you have so much of a better approach to that northern side of the circle. You'll get much better position if it swings your way. So obviously you will end up going for that northern approach. Now, Solo going on early towards George Ball, maybe looking for an early bridge cross. As we see Skada already going for the Q position quite early on. And probably looking to not crash a compound in circle 1, which is what they did last time we had a zone in this area.
They have made the move over the bridge very early on for Skada. Polish Power also a very early mover as well from around the prison shelter area. Once again, going around Yasnaya. I know a couple of people who would be very happy if I were to say rotate around Yaz on stream, so I'll do it. Bitfix yet to make their move from Kameshki and Stalba up there, so there will be another team who more than likely will be favoring the northern side of the river, but the likes of Formulation Gaming, I mean, they don't really have much of a choice. It's probably going to be a case of come in around, stick on the South Pachinki Hill for a while, try and scout what places are available, and just hope for the best that the zone is kind to you. For those who are all the way down on the south coast, none of those teams yet to make any sort of move towards rotating for a zone position just yet either. That's all across the board, all across the southern coast of the mainland, plus Sosnovka Island. No one is making an early rotation, whereas everyone else up towards the central land is already making their choice whether they are opting for a northern position or just to stick around on the southern side of the river for the time being.
Lots of interesting decisions to make. Lots of timings to consider for teams as well. If you're going for a compound, if you have in mind what you want in the circle, if you have in mind what teams you're competing against. We've seen DA time and time again around the plains area in this circle. We've seen Polish Power play around the north. We've seen bystanders do completely different things almost every game, which is something it's the one pattern that I've been able to pick up from what they do. They really are trying new things, and they really are finding themselves in unpredictable positions.
So the pattern you've picked up is that there is no real pattern. That's just doing weird stuff every game.
It's
cool.
Yeah, it is the pattern that they have really not been in two locations twice. It feels like obviously they've been in two locations twice at some point, but you'll see teams just go for the same compound every single time. If this circle happens, DA will be playing from the plains, and you'll see that every single time. You see that now again. Bystanders, not so much.
Well, DA wouldn't be the first time that they've caught players out on a rotation. Look at how early they've had to move to get here. This man, not even a red dot on the SLR. Pain. Never mind a 2x, 3x, 4x. Nothing at all to work with. Skada already having made an early move as well. He put under some pressure from Polish Power. Had to move from much further away to get here, but even just the presence on the hilltop and sending a couple of players circling around in the vehicle has forced Skada to regroup the split that they had. They had control of the river crossing, but Jempty couldn't control himself, running up, trying to catch Krunio, and Nordkis out of position. He will be taken down and fall. Oh, that's a headshot as well from Marsalek. Or Skada. Not again.
Not the start that you would want. I talked about Polish Power, that they need to string games together to try and get the momentum going. Now it is Polish Skada who can't really repeat the success of the last game. Marsalek misses some crucial shots, might enable Pixelic to get away. Novik is on the body block with the US. But certainly in a position like this, you rotate so early, you give up so much looting time. To try and grab the compounds you want, and then your 2-2 split instantly falls apart. That's going to sting. And I can't help but noticing that DA has only left Huith at the plains to try and third-party this Polish Power Skada fight that has already broken up. And might pose a bit of an unexpected issue for Polish Power here.
There's one way to get the drop on your opponents is to do unexpected maneuvers. Maybe they were thinking quite the same thing, that DA will be on the plains. You don't really need to worry about them. We can take this position, take this fight, and take our time about it. But making moves as well to try and claim the eastern tip of North George too, making themselves maybe a little bit sparse in terms of their presence on this hilltop. It really could be a problem.
Lots of interesting decisions to be made. That is certainly one of them. We'll see a very slow approach for some of the teams that weren't going to be early to the circle. Like Entropic, you saw on the minimap there, coming in late towards the school area. Formulation Gaming even later. And, well, DA, they're waiting for Polish Power to make the same exact mistake that they just punished Skade for. And Krunio is making it.
last time we had a zone that ended around here, we had that wide open area where there was nobody on the plains, and it might have just been because of exactly this. Everyone's just assuming that DA will be playing that position. And he is almost using that as a mind game to get more proactive and to push out and catch players off guard. Crunio will be the first to fall. Norkis so ridiculously close to being taken out by that grenade. He has probably half a hit point left. Sparking wants that for his 3k damage, but Norkis, even with the smokes, so treacherously close to going down. Metrelius just cutting off the entry so he can't even run inside the house for cover, but he does manage to get into the vehicle and start to fall into the distance to fall back. So one death apiece for Polish Power and for Skada. And Skada not going to be any sympathetic feelings towards Crunio falling down.
I'd be very surprised if they had. But it's not the only thing falling down. That is a car falling to the vehicle gods. We are very proud of our vehicle physics here at PUBG. And Guillaume is going to be proud of his snaking job. If he finds a second one there, he dips down. Maybe just at the wrong time. Now he doesn't regard the player on the right. And Friends will clean it up for now. Noki is not really there to help. He's got the angle now, but he wasn't there in time. And as he finds Nordskiff, it's a very, very far from clean battle here on the northern side of shooting range. The circle has gone away. It's looking a whole lot like a southern shift coming in for phase 4, but this is only phase 2.
Yeah, we say that.
And we're out here far away from the circle. 3 teams just tearing each other to pieces.
Yeah, it is one of those circles where, again, it looks southern, but it's indecisive. Not quite the same way that this fight is now looking for Friends. Nuga switch over to the 2x on the barrel. See what he can do with it. The grenade up over the top is going to buy him a little bit of space to work with, but little do they know that Bitfix is lurking around from behind, but bystanders lurking around from the south as well. They're contributing. Friends losing yet another knock to those, but Bitfix doing much the same thing to Nuga. And this is not looking good for the Squirtle gang. They had a pretty solid day on Miramar, but their angle has somewhat fallen to pieces. Looks like for Friends, they should be able to at least get a revive onto Nordskiff, but Mossboard not quite so lucky.
This is the moment in the series where the main character says, "You wonder how I got here," because I'm not sure what happened to bring us to 3 teams here with exactly where you bring us to 3 teams in shooting range. Obviously, I know the bystanders are here. They heard a fight and they're looking to third party. They already picked up a kill. Senya dies to his own vehicle a little bit further down to the south, and it's an absolute bloodbath with Polish Power. Nork's last one standing. At least gets the flush for his team, but Polish Power really falling by the wayside here. Priel is cooking up something nice. That nade goes a little bit past. Ollie will come back towards him. And well, solo, Polish Power, they're battling it out here, but they've got another contender just coming down the road right into them.
Oh my god, the angle! That was completely blind. He couldn't even see the window, but he just lined it up perfectly. Norkis, this man's been watching some grenade lineups or something. That's nasty. He even got the flush as Priel got dropped and dropped his own grenade in doing so, but now Norkis gets dropped, and that's a little bit unfortunate. And as a wise man once said, it's an absolute jumble. There's now DA show up as well. This is the 4th team fighting for this compound, plus Navi's example third partying from on top of Everest, and Ghetto Gang on the far side of Everest putting shots in as well.
Oh, it's a last game saga. You can just tell everyone's a little bit less on edge. Everyone's a little bit less passive, a little bit more happy to take fights. DA, they started this game with sending it down from the plains into Polish Power. They now decide to send it across the river. This one, a lot more of a reasonable play, or a lot more of an expected play, I should say. The first play was not bad by any stretch. This one is calculated aggression because they had to get across the river anyways. They're trying to make use of the timing with charging around, trying to find the shotgun player in Leos. Now they're looking to clear the open garage. They don't consider the player in the smoke. Trades are there. Hueth gets a second, and it's just Sheila and Hueth versus Alpaca in the compound. As the flush is coming through, it's still an absolute mess. Everything's in disarray, but DA is looking to get the res back up and clean up that compound.
Dangerously close to succeeding in that as well. Alpaca, psych! Oh my lord! I was going to say he has no lethals left, but he gets dropped a couple of grenades. He had none left because he just put one perfectly placed to get the 2 knocks, re-knocks onto DA. And that one bounces off the side. It might even finish the job. Sheila has to fall back. He can't look to grab the revive just yet, but holding the angle on the outside of the wall, he will get the better of him, but not quickly enough to get Metralius back up, and the smoke to block off the third-partying angles of Ghetto Gang. And Na'Vi can't even third-party anymore because Question Mark have pulled up on them, the western side of Everest. This really is like an APAC Game 1 level EU game.
Yeah, I should not have talked about quality of regions. This is going crazy mode in phase 1, 2, and 3 so far. Example with a couple of good shots. Sheila, as always, coming in massively clutch for DA. That man's been an absolute staple on that roster. And hopefully continue to do so for a while. Stratos can't find Blazer on the side. Vasco's not there to help. It's a tough fight for Formulation Gaming. Support's there for the Ghetto Gang. It's another bit of a jumble, just on a different place in the circle, because look at the minimap. Ace's crew is there, ready and waiting. Northern Lights not far off either, and whoever wins this fight is probably just taking another one straight after.
At the very least, one of these fights has resulted in a sort of a mutual arrangement, a mutual disengage, ceasefire, almost. Question Mark popped in their vehicles. They're going to disappear out into the distance. We've got a top 2 battle going on in Ruins between Northern Lights and Entropic. Entropic coming in from the hilltop above. It's been an exchange of kills, one going either way. We've got Skada contributing as well, having crossed the river multiple times now. Settling in on the southern side as the 3-man looking for Betulins up on the church. Uncomfortable position around the ruins. It's a pretty area, but it's very difficult to get out of, especially with Entropic just playing the ridges to the southern side.
Don't forget, these teams are fighting for first place. These teams are fighting for a massive difference in prize pool. So if you're Entropic and you're fighting NLT, you know, game's on. You know, this is the most important kills you can get in this lobby at this point.
What's happening with Huith? What? He just sent it back over the river, back north. And he's just coming back over on the south on the western bridge. He's just done a full loop. Okay, a victory lap maybe for DA. Yeah. It is interesting one.
I've looked at that on the map, and I have absolutely no clue what is actually happening. Purdy nails Vasco. Good shots from Luminosity Gaming IGL. Rest of the team is going to try to get some first aids off their client, trying to clear that basement. It is a horrible spot, but Hawkeye, as he, I think, tries to multi the stairs, he's flushing out his own teammate. Now there's more utils coming down. They've got controls of both of the entrances. They're probably just going to wait him out. They're going to wait for the smokes to dissipate, and then they're going to clear what's left of the lower ground.
How long can
no reason to run through smokes right now. Yeah, I mean, whoever wins that fight is taking another one. And the next one is the Ghetto Gang. And the next one after is Entropic. It's just no way out of it. Everyone's getting kept in there. Now, same fate for the friends on the southern side. They have just walked into Northern Lights. They've got multiple angles on it. Spyro gets the flush. Or the bleed out. And multiple angles from Northern Lights are going to be hard to deal with. And it is pretty much what you expect when you come into their edge of the circle.
Formulation Gaming finally cleared out. Purdy Curti commits to making the push. And Hawkeye not get the better. Our friends still unable to make their way into the zone through the ruins, especially even with Entropic moving away from what would have been a very difficult position for friends to work with, or to work against, rather. Northern Lights are still putting up enough opposition for them to have a very rough time of it. We finally have definitive proof that we will be going to the south. Seemed like most of the teams sort of figured that out by this point. Bystanders still have some presence on the north, so this full send question mark a little bit risky for the time being, as was that cross, but a quick 360, and that's all that it takes. Running over your teammate also, while the bystanders are still on the northern side of the river and have an angle on towards you, is also a little bit risky. But question mark, they're just doing their thing. They're fine.
do have definitive proof that it's going south, but I told you it's going south. Circle 2, Saga. You've got to start listening to your color caster here. I don't make these things up, you know. Na'Vi on the other hand, they've got a very real threat next to them with Bitfix Gaming. Lots of time though for Bitfix to decide if they want to make the push up onto Everest or if they just want to vibe a little bit. Ghetto Gang don't really have as much time. Birdie, you know, the man loves his util. The man loves his utility damage. And he's getting himself a grilled blazer set ablaze by the Molotov. Done and dusted. And that leaves the Ghetto Gang down to 1. They do get the trade though with the nade onto Birdie. So that compound fight is not done. Ironic caught out by Na'Vi. He's not going to pop off like he did on Miramar. And oh my god, that is shots from Na'Vi.
Yeah. Accurate ones, I think it's fair to say. Just like your accurate statement. That was definitely shots. Ghetto Gang cop a couple of shots of their own. April will go down. It's sparking once again, but Entropic have already made the push into their compound to make it difficult for them to make the move. The zone has shifted pretty hard over towards the east, which means that Na'Vi, they are going to have to get down from Everest at some point, and Bitfix are going to have to try and find a way to do the same. Although, particularly with where that Dacia is placed, it's not going to be an easy ride to get there at all.
It's going to be a scrappy circle, Saga. There's a lot of teams here on the edge. There's a lot of teams without anything to play. And even though we're down to 28 players, there's going to be a lot less after this circle. Oh no, physics. He's went a little bit too far to pick up Ivel. Ivel is struggling to get any car for himself. Purdy is still on the fire. This time, it's actually Na'Vi who closed him out of the game completely. And that entire compound has been such a death trap. We've seen multiple teams go out there at this point. We've seen Entropic wrap on in. And even they will be under a lot of scrutiny from teams like Na'Vi and Northern Lights once they make their move on out. And, well, speaking about Na'Vi, they've got to hurry this up a little bit. They've had time last circle to deal with Bitfix. Now they really want to start working into the circle. So standing around and waiting for the last Bitfix player to make a move costs them a lot of very valuable time there on the west.
A lot of valuable time that they just don't have to work with. Yvel, last man standing, still under the watchful gaze of Uber. That just means that his odds of making it into this zone in one piece are slim to none. Similar situation for Ace's crew. 5 grenades in the hands, or in the back pocket of Cuba. Not quite in the hands just yet. Still a very difficult one for them to try and maneuver their way around this area. Question mark. Still falling victim to the full send that they made. Sparking with grenades of his own. He has to quite quickly get out of that corner as the second one came through. Question mark just getting picked apart as bystanders have now come over the river and make the push as well. Sparking into the building. Answered back. Cuba. 5 grenades. Didn't use any of them, but has no idea about the position of Jam. Quick peek up over the ridge. Didn't quite land the shots. That's what we said about DMRs from close range. He could quite quickly be turned around on and blasted. Oh, there it is. Herc finishes the job up north with 1 grenade. And Tropic have gone down as well. Example will get the last headshot in. And Jam, somehow it's Ace's crew to survive and make it into the top 7. Psych.
Did you have to do him like that?
Yep.
Last game, you were the ones defending him, and now you're just cursing him like that, putting him out of the game. No chance for Jam to get in there. And the compound proves to be as much as a death threat as we thought it would be. Example finally finds the last one. And I think if you look at the kill count on Na'Vi there, 8, 5 on Example and Alia respectively. 5 and 3 respectively, excuse me. I think you get an idea of what I meant when they are used to being the kill point and damage point farmers for Na'Vi. That's no disrespect to the rest of the team. That's just the stats you see from the outside, and they're putting that up here again. Na'Vi looking to put themselves in position to take this win as well, because if you look at this map, if you look at this mini map, if you want to, 3 teams on the southeast, 1 team on the northeast, and then only 1 team on the west of the circle, where Na'Vi is basically completely uncontested. The bystanders are the only ones that could throw any sort of spanner in the works, but realistically, they're probably going to try and get some kills on this eastern side of the zone. And then Na'Vi should be able to close the game on out if they don't just fumble and step on some snake or make a big mistake.
It's an awkward one for the bystanders, though. It's a very flat plateau should they choose to make a push towards the western side, unless they sent it over hard in the vehicles and they contested for the position. Really to what Northern Lights are sort of trying to do, just send it across just to get out of an awkward position, really, but it's put them directly in the line of fire of DA, with no stranger to making odd sends in a vehicle himself after just wrapping the bridges earlier, just for a bit of a laugh. But the ridge is giving them so much cover. Unfortunately for Northern Lights, the move that they've made may have taken them into the zone, but it's also put them within grenade range of Na'Vi. And now, finding Jam's body. That man had a lot of grenades to work with as well.
It's tough times on the east. It's just closing on in. It's bystanders closing in on the north. It's Na'Vi closing in on the south. No one wants to overstep. It's the same sort of situation that we talk about on Miramar so much. You overpeak, you suddenly get pinned down by someone from range, and the players close to you might be able to make a play onto you. Scarlet putting out some damage towards Northern Lights there, now focusing their attention on the bystanders. Keanu is caught mouth open, knocked to his knees, and that might be an opening for Pixel and Novik, because they're only 2 up. They really need to make it some sort of play. They really need to start taking some aggression that's not really been accounted for. If they want to put points on the board for Scarlet, as we see fights continuing just all across that eastern side.
Na'Vi, originally they regrouped up towards the southern side of the zone, but now realizing that bystanders have made their move in a more direct fashion towards DA, towards Scarlet, they're going to fall back. They're going to take the entirety of the high ground, the whole ridge lit up in yellow. So many angles for them to work with just to try and find these angles. There's one onto Kino. Ridges on the low ground, giving some cover from those still in the compounds, but
that's the go signal.
Above, it's just huge.
It's everyone being busy. It's knocks towards the bystanders as well, who take care of DA at the same time. Na'Vi pretty much just go and clear Northern Lights right now. They've dealt the damage. They are ready to try and reap the rewards. Flamey takes another one from Uber. Example in Uber just farming that northeastern side. And that with Flamey going down, Pixelic and Novik in fairly open positions. You can see, example, he's eyeing them up. He just doesn't want to take any overzealous shots. He's quite in the open himself, so he wants to make sure when he shoots, he can get the damage in. We saw that from the other POV there for a second, how open some of these Na'Vi players are. But they can just afford to, because of the amount of control that they have and the amount of damage they've been putting out and pressure they've been putting out to anyone below them. They can just afford to play fairly open. They still haven't dealt with Northern Lights, though. They were looking like a few HP points on Spyro away to clean them up completely. And now they're still alive. They're still a thorn in the backside. And with the circle closing in more and more, you've got to start worrying about 2 different snakes biting you at the same time.
For Na'Vi, it's just a case of just allowing everyone on the low ground to deal with each other. Because it is still a little bit risky. If they peek over, there's still 6 players down below that could be looking for it. They could quite quickly get sat down. So they're just going to bide their time for now. Like we said, Na'Vi typically always been a bit of a patient team. Bystanders less so. A quick peek over the top. They've swiftly wiped out Scarlet.
Oh.
Even though they've got to knock into Spyro. Uber is there to answer back. Lou spotted out as well, but again is the DMR's close range just not working out. Melman, second priority for Lou. He's going to fall back to try and grab the revive more urgently than he will try and secure the flush. Alia doing quite the same thing, but now with that grenade well placed. Na'Vi 4 versus 2. The revive should come through, but how much is going to matter?
The angle's big. The angle's big for Uber. The ground covered is massive. They will close out this game versus Northern Lights in the next few seconds here. Should be a kill onto Lou. It should be enough information given over for the rest of the team to peek over from the top. There was a potential for this to go awry when Lou came out with the knock, but I think Na'Vi have consolidated. Na'Vi have grouped up. Na'Vi have closed out this game. 12 kills and a chicken dinner is awfully close to how they started the day, Saga. 14 kills and a win in the first game. 12 kills in a win and the last one. And that is going to be big performance for them. And that's going to be putting themselves most likely into first place when we come into tomorrow.
We'll have to await full confirmation of the scoreboards to come, but certainly with 22 points, it's looking pretty solid. But Northern Lights still did pick themselves up 14 points. So even if they weren't quite able to secure themselves the dub in the final game, they got the second place. They got some solid kills. Bystanders with another 15-point game to go with it as well. So they've really sort of turned things around a little bit today. They've got a couple of good games under their belt, which is what we were hoping to see. And for Skada as well, a couple of good games to round out the day. Only the one kill this time around, but still a fourth place is much, much better than what we've seen from them so far across all of day one, realistically. So very much coming into their sort of flow state and starting to get things going. Maybe a little bit too late to contest for first place, but certainly it sets them up very well to have at least a very respectable placing by the final day.
Certainly. We'll have a look at the scoreboard in a second. We can't do that quite yet, but what we can do is start a last giveaway. So I'll be making sure that starts when we're talking about this in chat. And you'll be able to type !ticket to win yourself some nice wanted skins. If you've been paying attention, they've been popping up on the left side of the screen every now and then in the game. Some PUBG skin sets for you guys to take home. We have a lot of teams fighting it out for the last day still. Remember, we have not only the top 3, we have the top 5 going for prize money. We have the MVP and the most kills getting a little chunk of change as well for individual players. And I think we've had a fantastic day of Game Saga because we haven't really had anyone run away with it. We've had a guess consistent enough. Na'Vi just throughout the day, putting up a few points and then having 2 big games. But we've also had a lot of lower tier teams just closing up the gap with big performances and making the scoreboard mighty competitive coming into tomorrow, I think.
Sort of what we expected to see with a lot of the names and the caliber of players in the lobby is that we expected there to be a competitive scoreboard, and we certainly had our eyes on a few teams that we not so much expected so much, but we were certainly favored to take some of the top spots. And I think looking at how things, even just before that final game, have started to round out, it looks fairly similar to expectations, as once again, those top 8 invited teams are taking up the vast majority of the top 8 positions, as well, there's a reason that they were invited, that they are some of the best in the European region, and they've certainly showed up to prove it time and time again, even across the 10 games that we have played so far today. But there's certainly been a few other solid performances. Squirtle Gang have had a pretty solid day today compared to how things have been going. They had a couple of flop games, this one a 0-pointer to round things out, but a couple of very close games towards second, third place finishes as well. So all in all, not too bad whatsoever.
Not too bad. We'll have a look at the scores as they are now finally up, and we can keep you guys from waiting. Production is already throwing it up on the screen. We're going to look at the map-wise scoreboard just for a quick second. I wanted to draw your attention to the bystanders because they put up 9 kills that game. And I talked to them. I said they were just trying things out. They were trying to play a little bit more loose. It's worked out today. They've put up good performances. They've put up good points. They're looking where they want to be on a scoreboard like this. And something we haven't talked about all too much today, at least I haven't, is DA, who've been consistently putting up points as well. They've not been getting the performances they wanted, but they're always there picking up a few points here and there.
Yeah, it's another one of the teams that really you can never really count them out, but this time they were a little more involved. I think it, like the last time we saw a zone that was up towards Severny, the shooting range finish sort of thing, where we did make note. I remember you explicitly saying, hey, it's so weird that there's nobody on the plane crash. It's like just a wide open area. I think what we've seen from Digital Athletics today is that maybe there is an expectation that they'd make that send early, that players will just keep a nice wide berth, and so they can get a little more proactive and aggressive in the early stages and pick up a few kill points early on. So we'll see how that's affected their position in the overall scoreboard, the leaderboards for all 10 games that we've played so far across the 2 days, with 5 left to go. And of course, Na'Vi, with that final win of the day, has just about stolen away the top spot from Northern Lights.
Just about 94 for Northern Lights in second. Good A good top 2 here to lead us into day 3. Remember that there's 5 more games tomorrow. Entropic has fallen a little bit short. They've been putting points on the board, but not quite to the extent that Navi and Northern Knights have been able to do. And then we have Polish Power in 4th there. We've really just that kickoff game. Afterwards, they've been slowing down once again, but they had that one massive game for them to put them into 4th, tied with the Ghetto Gang in 5th. And if you just cut away the top 2 here, Saga, it is incredibly close. 67 tied. Then you have some teams around the 60 and 50, and then look at what's happening between 9 and 13, where it's just a few points between 4 or 5 other teams.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-way tie for 9th place right now. Maybe it is something to read into that Entropic, once again, started off the day pretty solidly, but as soon as we switch over to Erangel, things went quite rapidly downhill. Maybe unfortunate that we have 3 Erangel games tomorrow on our final day. Maybe they would have wanted the extra Miramar to give them the chance to catch up and close that gap on towards the top 2. But so far, all in all, they can't be too upset with their performance, although maybe just looking at their regional dominance in Europe, maybe they would be a little upset, but not to worry. They're still a team that has plenty of high caliber players that can certainly close out a few games tomorrow in our final set of 5. But time is running short, so they definitely have to come out absolutely swinging and turn their Erangel fortune around.
They do, and we'll see what they can do tomorrow. We'll see if we see a Skada come back. We'll see if we see Entropic popping off and dominating the lobby. We'll see whatever happens in the next 5 games. It's going to be the same time tomorrow, same time, same place. 5 more games in the Ground Zero Playtonia tournament. We are presented by Mates.gg and Trinity Gaming. And we have 5 more giveaways tomorrow. So if you've been having a terrible time watching us and you've still sat around for 4 hours watching us, come back tomorrow. We have a few more skins to give away. And me and Saga, we will see you right there.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall love.